What up, people? I'm back. Time to chillax. Well, I say that. I mean that for a little while. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of things. Got my coffee. How's everybody doing? How are your builds coming along? Yeah, no, I have to turn on the cooling. Summer is killing me, man. It's way too hot for me. Can't handle this shit! Yeah, so I posted my builds on Twitter and in the community tab as well. So if you want to see those, you can find them on my Twitter and in the community page. I posted images of all all eight of my currently built characters. So hopefully that can help you guys out and gives you an idea of how to build your own characters if you're struggling or if there's something you aren't sure about. I also gave pointers just like last time. And of course, if you have questions, feel free to ask. I'm always open to helping out and clarifying things for anybody that is curious or doesn't know. But yeah, for today, basically I'm just gonna focus on doing Infinity stages, all with my own companions. The idea is to do Defy Infinity with my own teams. And I think we're starting off just like last time with my Deeps teams. I did replace Eugen for Lancelot, but I'm still kind of like deliberating. You know, I'm still thinking triple DPS ranged is overall better. Oregon, I guess, can technically be replaced with something more supportive. But at the moment, I'm still, like, playing around, messing around a little bit. I don't really know what else to, like, swap around on my characters. I feel like everybody's pretty well geared. Obviously, we start off things with Galanza to, like, get a feel for Infinity first. And then once we're comfortable, we can switch over to EO. But like I said, I don't really like how EO plays at the moment at the higher tier, so I'm still experimenting with EO as a controlled character right now. Anybody? No new comments? Yeah, no. Okay. Pa, 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 pa. I already watched that video specifically. Dum 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 dum. Okay. And this dum dum falls asleep while standing. Okay. Make sure to check everything. Everything's good, Chi. Let's start. Did I disable? I don't remember. I wasn't farming anything before that by difficulty. I mean, nothing really here is really a challenge in the grand scheme of things. So. I guess we're starting off with this one. Do we do them in order? I guess. Foes have boosted stats. I will do that. Yes. So you kind of want to beat the first phase as fast as possible. So you have like 3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes to beat the first phase. Well, no, you should ideally under 3 minutes, but like after 200 seconds, basically, he gets the full buff. Because it stacks to level 10 and says the world gains a maximum of 50% attack based on Proto White's world level, so maximum 50%. It's not 50% per rank. But I would imagine it's linear, so it's like 5% attack per stage. So if you don't beat the first stage within 200 seconds, which is 3 minutes and 20 seconds, he gains a 50% attack. Arcanum will obviously have more HP. Okay. Yeah. And this is gonna be rough because I'm going in blind into all of these. Well, blind in the sense of like I haven't done any mechanics outside of what I did to beat the previous stage. It's funny how much I can ignore mechanics on this idiot. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna lose my stacks. Whatever, I messed that one up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Bum, 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 bum. Come here. Nice. Oh, it's not 4 minutes? Okay, I mean, not great, but not bad either. A bit slow, obviously. But it's my first time and everything. Rakam's very low. Okay. on one of the cards. On the bright side, okay. Yeah, Rackham does die a lot. That's usually why I drop him. I really kind of want to drop the skill that I'm using. I'm using the skill that gives you more damage, but it makes me slower, so it's kind of annoying a little bit. Because makes it very hard to dodge stuff. Bro. It has so much HP. It has way too much HP. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Ah. Why is nobody attacking any of the Arcana? Okay. Mm-hmm. Ah. Oh, fuck you, Rackham. That's why I usually hate running Rackham. He always fucks things up. He has damage, but that's about all he has. Every single time he fucks things up. And there goes my link time, and we can't fight it because of the link time. It's constantly dying. I have enough damage, but my Rackham spends way too much time dying. Yeah, we don't have enough damage. Mm-hmm. 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 I definitely killed that in time. And I lost my deathmatch because of that. Yeah, okay, doing this solo might be a little bit difficult, especially if we don't get the perfect quickening guards. And Rackham also messed up our link time, so definitely have to make some changes here. Yeah. Yes, I have to make adjustments here. Question is, who do we replace? I mean, Rackham we replace, but with whom is the question. I think for the party, Rackham is the first to go out. Eustace stays because he's usually my highest DPS. Eugen, I think he'll probably go, and I think I'm gonna try Lancelot and Frau at the moment. Like, for all intents and purposes, in theory, Rackham is higher DPS than Frau, for instance. And yeah, no, I think this is probably my highest DPS team. The other ones are just a little bit, like, in that specific configuration is not ideal. And obviously, especially if I don't get those, Eugen. So Eugen has two major traits I would go for. Where's Eugen? Eugen. So you can either go Spitting Venom, which is pretty good universally, but in Infinity there are some bosses like Lancelot that are pretty much immune or go immune a lot. So this one's not as ideal. I gave it a shot, but I kind of knew that was not going to happen. And the other one is Flawless Vision. This is one that's also very good. Generally, I wouldn't recommend Grenade Punch because it puts him in danger and, you know, in melee range. It'll make the AI want to punch for Shell Shock, so I wouldn't recommend this. If we're talking about Infinity specifically, Flawless Vision is probably better. I just prefer the Spitting Venom version because of the paralysis and the damage up, and the poison. It works best universally, but in Infinity specifically, it does kind of suck because there's too many transitional phases and mechanics that you have to deal with. So I wouldn't use Spitting Venom specifically in Infinity. I would probably just go Flawless Vision. Pig and Feliel can both buff. Yeah, it's not really the buffs as much that I care about at this point specifically. It's more about having to deal with like the mechanics, you know, like a quickening. Yeah, triple grenades don't really happen very often. He tends to do it with the other trait, with the Flawless Vision and Spitting Venom. But the thing is, there is also a variance between like 100% AI controlled and like putting your character in the first slot using assist mode, right? In full assist mode, the AI behaves very differently than it does like full AI, because it can't move, so it changes behavior. So you can't like 100% rely on understanding the AI if you're just using full assist to kind of get a feel for it. In full assist, they will do certain things that they don't normally do when they are controlled by the AI. Like one thing that you will notice if you put full assist on and you put Eugen in the first slot and you go to like the target dummy, he will almost never use Sumrak. He will almost never use Sumrak. Especially if you put it in the build like next to Detonator, because you would use Detonator in the sniper build. He will never use Sumrak on the target dummy, but you will always see him use Sumrak in actual combat, because it takes into account things like distance, how far, how not far they are. If you're controlling him, he does actually have an effective range where he would attack. Like even if he could attack, he will not attack, right? So you can't 100% rely on this stuff. If you're like looking at it to see like yourself, if you check it out to see kind of how they behave differently. Another one that where you can see this happen a lot is if you use Jita, like the captain. I use captain as a substitute tank. If you control Jita, she will constantly spam substitute and phalanx back to back, especially during link time. But if they're controlled by the AI, you will often notice that those skills are not constantly on cooldown used. So there's some variation there. It's good enough to like get a feel for like what their AI wants to do, but it's not accurate. It behaves differently. But yeah, Eustace is great in terms of DPS. I think Eustace is not only super reliable at dealing damage, he's consistently high at dealing damage. And he can stay alive pretty well. But yeah, in Infinity, I would probably not use Eugen with the Disruptor Master trait. This one, the Spitting Venom. I like it for most stages outside of it, and for farming, for general grinding and stuff, because he's a little bit more skill spammy with this. This one's very good because it lowers his skill cooldowns and increases his damage. But I find him a little bit more consistent on this build when it comes to just farming. And that's also why I have so many characters leveled up. Some of them I tend to use more for farming, like Eustace, Rackham, and Eugen, and even Io to an extent. But like I wanted to have, you know, boss killer stuff, especially for Infinity. So like you can run one of them, Eustace, Rackham, Eugen, but I wouldn't run all three. I tried all three just because I wanted to see if I give myself, so to speak, if I can still make it. But clearly we cannot, because Rackham in particular doesn't deal enough damage because he tends to get hit more often. He's a little bit more reckless. And Eugen just doesn't deal enough damage with his current build, and I'm not going to switch him over. But that's why I have Lancelot and Frau and Eustace. I feel like Frau can probably get a little bit more damage out of her build. But at the same time, nah, Lumen Ventus Aqua's all there. I could probably put a Terra in, just like I have with some of the other ones. But yeah. He doesn't have Aqua. That's what he's missing. The Aqua. I'll probably swap Terra out on the other ones too, but for now it's good enough. Actually, probably Lumen would be the first one I would take out on the AI, because they're running Ventus, and they're often not at full HP. I'll probably take out the Lumen on some of these characters, just for more consistency, because most of them are not running like high sustain. Frau can probably get away with all four easily, with Lumen as well. But Rackham, I'm probably gonna take out the Lumen and replace it with... Actually, he already has all 4. So if I take the Lumen now, what else could I put in? Honestly, I don't know. I mean, for general farming, he's always going to be at full, so it's fine. Eustace stays pretty high up there, full. I mean, you're the only one that has a meter of 50. Lancelot should never get hit, technically speaking, because he has his dodges, and Frau has her Drake. Okay, let's try again. Define Infinity with my party. Obviously, I do need to learn those timings on the parries. And remember to press the right button. The problem is, if I'm doing this solo, I'm the only one that's trying to parry it, so that's not great. I didn't get the timing right. Oh, screw you. Okay. There we go. I got one. Alright, I need to replace that skill on Lancelot, damn it. As an AI. He messes up his... Okay, let me... Let's abandon that. I forgot that the AI messes up with that skill. He messes up too much, and yeah. Guys, I think I'll go with that one. Yeah, that's better. But he fucks up his SBA game with that skill, and then my AI doesn't SBA at all. If anyone wants to try Infinity together, we can do that as well. I'm just practicing, basically. Yeah, I messed that one up. I was too close to that one. Ah, he messes up my skill at the worst possible time. Because I can't use my skills. And now I'm gonna lose all my stacks. Damn it. Yep. Yeah, and he's just barely out of range. I hate that. Okay. I didn't get that one right. Okay, pull them all together. That's better. Yeah, better. Okay, that's good damage. I mean, ideally, I should have held off all of that for... Should have held off on using that until after we do a quickening, but hey. Easier said than done. Oh shit, and we just triggered the link right at the end. Almost not worth it, but it's fine. But hey, that was better. We got a bunch of link quickenings. 3, okay. That's pretty good. Oh shit. Yeah, need to make sure. Have to be careful about the big beams. Mm-hmm. The demon's much better for sure. Lancelot got hit a few too many times for my liking. But hey. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I need to pay attention to the timings when the cards are happening. I'm taking way too much damage unnecessarily, but okay. Oh shit, that was bad timing on my part. Dude, what's up with all the damage? Okay, the fire needs to go for me. Definitely can't let the fire go through. The fire needs to go for me. I hate the fire. Yeah, that one messes me up way too much. Mm-hmm. Did good on the first phase, but the second one's definitely not good. Nah, we don't need burn resistance. We just need to get rid of the right card. That's the only problem. I definitely need to pay more attention to the Okay, a red one. This one is the first to go no matter what. And then this one. I definitely dodged there. I blocked there, I mean. Okay. Okay, so far so good. Yeah, that's the only problem. I need to try and parry those because the AI won't, which makes it harder on the DPS check. You need more damage if you can't parry those. Like, I don't always get it right as it is, so the fact that the AI can't never even tries is even worse. I used all my potions though. Oh shit. I lost a bunch of damage on that first phase with the fire. Oh, second phase, I think it was. Dude, attack the one that's at the bottom. Now. Oh my god, can you please stop? Dude, what the fuck is with the controls? Dude, my control camera is weird right now. Okay. Of course, everybody fucks up and just randomly decides to not fucking attack the thing. Ah. Yeah, none of them are ever parrying. So that's a bit of a problem. Still not enough damage. I really need more. I need to do more parries. Yeah, and this also counts down the timer, okay. Yeah, I need more parries. And solo means I have to actually parry almost everything myself. The AI doesn't try to parry anything, and without the parries, it's not happening. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. I mean, you can do it with AI, but it's definitely tight, as you've seen. They managed to beat Lucilius somehow. But yeah, this one, it's tough. Part here, let me think. Where's my Ventus? Lumen. HP Lumen. I could drop this one, actually, for... I already know. I think that, if I do that, I should gain quite a bit more damage. I messed up there a little bit. Yeah, I messed up. Messed up there, but whatever. Yeah, messed up there, but whatever, it's better. Definitely better than before. I mean, should also give me some recovery, technically. It doesn't appear because it's like a buff, I guess. It's not reflected on the screen, but it should give me a little bit more defense, recovery, HP. Yeah, that's a good one. If you're trying to be efficient, the one stage that... So there's 3 stages you can farm. The Slime Peed, obviously, Revenge of the Ooze, this one. This one you should do if you can get consistently over 100 kills. If you can't get over 100 kills, it's generally not as good. It's generally not as good. If you can get over 100, it's okay. Always prioritize the slime in the center, Celestial or whatever it's called, that triggers all the pots. Aside from that, a good one to farm for MSP is this one. A Prayer for Blacksmith's Desire. The stage itself only gives 7,000 MSP, but what it does is give you these Canaan White Blooms. If you already have Sandalphon unlocked, if you already have Sandalphon unlocked, you can trade 3 of those in for an Ambrosia, which accounts for where is it? This one. See, you can get these. You can get this one unlocked if you already have Sandalphon unlocked. And you can trade 3 of these for 1 Ambrosia. You usually get about 15 flowers, so that's 5 Ambrosias, which accounts for like 75k MSP, right? 15, 30, 75, yeah. 75 plus the 7k from the stage itself, that's 82. And it also has a chance to drop an Ambrosia in and of itself. So that puts you at like, what is it, 75, 82, 99? 97 MSP per run. Obviously it takes longer, that's the thing. If you're starting off, you probably can't do this in under 6 minutes. So, you know, at under 6 minutes, it breaks even with the Revenge of the Ooze. But the thing is, it also drops the Lucilius summon, which can be very useful. It can have, like, and the Mana Garmer one. And for those two, like, you can get things like this. Where's my Mana Garmer? You can get Fate Breaker, for instance, and you can get things like Berserker Echo on Lucilius. So it's very good. Beelzebub can give Spartan Echo, so that's another stage you want to farm. Roland comes from the regular The World, that gives War Elemental, and Behemoth can give Stoutheart. These are just some of the sigils that you can get. And if you don't want to farm just MSP, you want to AFK farm and want to be efficient with your time overall, if you've already unlocked it, like if you've beaten the story, you can do, where is it? This stage. 4 Dragons of the Apocalypse. It gives good summons. This can get Echo. I think one of these is Berserker Echo, and you can get some other good stuff on them as far as summons go. You get all of these materials that you need, of course. You get Mirage Munitions for your weapons, and you get about 40 to 45 Silver Centrums and Ascension Ragnites, which you can turn in for knickknacks if you need more sigils. You can recycle them, and Ruthenium is one for you get 10 knickknacks for 1 Grand Ruthenium, so you can trade 99 for 99. Silver Centrums is 25 per, so you can get 39 for 975, which is great. And same with the Ragnite, 39. So you can get a lot of knickknack vouchers. So you're swimming in them. And of course, I forgot to mention the summons themselves. If you sell those for MSP, you can turn, the summons that you don't need on the Lucilius fight in particular, those are all 3 stars, which means they on average sell for about 9k. If it has a max skill, it sells for 10k. So Lucilius, if you can do Lucilius in 6 minutes-ish, you're better off doing that over Slimepede, because you get more MSP overall, but it's not as reliable. That's the only thing. It's not as reliable. There's some variance there. Whereas Slimepede is always 3 minutes fixed, and as long as you can get to 100, to about 100, you'll always get 90k MSP. Assuming you actually have summons or something to put Path to Mastery on. Without Path to Mastery, it's actually kind of worse. So if you don't have Path to Masteries to max this skill out, then Slimepede is actually worse. If you don't have that, Slime is genuinely worse than Lucilius, even at 7 minutes per Lucilius fight. Because ideally for Lucilius, you wouldn't want to use those. You would want to use these, because it cuts down on your time. So Lucilius you wouldn't do with that one. I mean, you can, like, if I look at my fight, just switch this over to, what is it, Rakam, and instead of you, put Eugen in, and put Rakam, no, I think that's fine. System, game options, autoplay, I do go full assist. Like, I go full assist, you know, just kind of how you would do it if you were... Oh, and I'm gonna do Path to Mastery, actually. So we're gonna lose a ton in damage, by the way, because my gear is obviously pretty good, but I'm gonna lose War Elemental, Berserker Echo, Spartan Echo on every single character. So this is just for demonstration purposes, just to be clear. I would not do this for Lucilius if your team is not properly geared. But as an example, basically, where is it? Lucy. So we're doing this without War Elemental, which is 20% increased damage. No Berserker, no Spartan Echo. That's 60% of my damage off. But this is for illustration purposes. Just to get a rough idea of like how long it takes. And this also is good in a sense because maybe your team isn't as optimized yet, you know. So, or your weapons are not fully upgraded or stuff like that, or your MSP isn't fully decked out. So the 60% damage is actually kind of realistic in this case because you probably won't have everything that I have. And this should be about a 6-minute run, give or take. Technically, it's a little bit longer because SBAs and stuff do pause the timer. And on Slimepede, you usually don't have link triggers and SBAs, so you usually have just raw 3 minutes. Whereas this one, even if it's like 6 minutes on the clock, it's technically longer because you'll be doing SBAs and whatnot. This should give you an idea if you AFK it. Obviously, if you do it manually, it's going to be faster. But I'm doing it like this intentionally. Yeah, Eustace is amazing for AFK farming, like genuinely amazing. Because of Acid Rage Howl, he can basically teleport across the stage when he parries with that skill. So you can very easily get in range of the enemy. I'm moving the character just a little bit. Obviously, if you go 100% AFK, you know, it can take a little bit longer. With Eustace not being enraged sometimes, but I've done it full AFK as well, and my runs were usually around 6 minutes with Path to Mastery, because I usually run Path to Mastery even for this. Because I was lazy. Usually I alternate between the two. Like, because I build 8 characters, so obviously I needed a lot of MSP pretty quickly, so I did do some oozes, but I can consistently get over 100 oozes as long as I'm like at, you know, next to the controller, so that I can get some good runs in, because sometimes what can happen, even with Eustace as your main character, you cannot fully AFK farm the slimes, because what happens sometimes is you get in the wrong position or something, or your characters you know, get positioned next to you, and there's like a pot on the other side of the room. So sometimes you can get as little as like 20 pots killed per run and get like 4,000 MSP for a whole run. So it's very RNG heavy if you try to AFK run that entirely. You kind of need to supervise it. But this one you can technically do fully AFK. Like just turn it on and ignore it. No, so on Slimepedes, that is true, but with Eustace specifically, it's very easy to trigger the pots. I'll show you afterwards. But the problem is, even with Eustace, it's RNG. That's the thing. Even if you know what you're doing, even if you have Eustace, even if you have the right skills, it's still RNG. Like, you can... Your Eustace might go left instead of right in some runs, or stuff like that, and then you end up with, you know, on the wrong side with a pot not triggered. On the other side, you're out of range and you can't trigger it. That's what happens. But I've done it fully AFK before. It's just that on average, it's not as good. Because the main thing that you want to make sure the AI does is trigger the pot in the middle, obviously. Because that enrages everybody, so it's easy to activate all the pots regardless of range. So sometimes, even with Eustace, you know, he will maybe go left or right or something, and he'll be too far away from the center, and he won't be able to activate the Celestial. Or you end up in a situation where you're activating the Celestial, but your AI isn't targeting the Celestial, and that one rolls away, and now it's on the other side of the map, and nobody's killing the Celestial, and therefore you've wasted the whole wave of mobs and stuff like that. So that's the thing, it's very inconsistent. You can do it, but at that point, like, if you're not able to at least monitor it, it's better off to just do something like Lucilius or the Four Dragons, because those are fully AFKable. Like 100% AFKable. I will say I haven't tried Slimepedes, you know, the old one, the expert difficulty or whatever it was, like from the base game. I haven't gone back to try and see if Eustace works on that one as well. It's possible that the old one still you can't make use of even Eustace to actually get any good progress. But for the new one, at least, the Revenge of the Ooze, you can. In theory. But you specifically need Eustace for as your main character for that. To be able to do that. Obviously, I'm not using summons because I don't want to speed it up. Alright, so this is basically 4 minutes 40 on the clock, plus animations and whatnot. It's basically around 6 minutes. So if you can do it around, you know, 5 minutes on the clock, give or take, this is worth just AFK farming more than the Slimepedes. So yeah. We got 10,000 because we got the slimes. We got 10,000 from here. We got 10 flowers over here. And then usually at the bottom as well, 3. Okay, 3 here. So that's only 4 this time. We only got 4 ambrosias out of this time around, and unfortunately no ambrosia drop. But we do get 2 summons, which are about 10k each. So that's 20k, 30k with the stage, and then another 60k from the ambrosia. So that's 90k MSP from one run, which is fine. It's not like amazing crazy, but you get more stuff out of it because you also get the centrums and stuff like that. And comparatively, Revenge of the Ooze. Again, I'm gonna do it with MSP bonus just to get a feel for it. But basically, I'm gonna leave it 100% AFK. I'm not even gonna move it, just to kind of get a feel for it. But this is what he does. He slides forward. You know? Also, I messed up, actually. I messed up. Let me abandon this. I messed up. I forgot to swap a skill. It's an important skill specifically for this. What you want to do is skills on Eustace. I usually replace Play with Fire with Forever Yours. And you pick up the Master trait. Here, Forever Yours, this one. Enlightening Soldier. Now chains up to 10 enemies. You get this skill. You want to have that. And now, let's do Revenge of the Ooze. Again, this is RNG. It's not fully reliable. We can get a very good run out of it, or we can get a pretty bad run out of it. It's not consistent. But he slides forward with his attack, so he can do this stuff. See, this is what can happen. Like, sometimes he slides in one direction, which puts him away. I moved the camera around, so that's all I did. I didn't move the character. I just moved the camera. Well, this is what happens. Sometimes he ignores the middle. If he doesn't and he kills this, the Celestial Slime, that's great. But if not, he runs away, and sometimes they don't get killed. So these don't get activated. To be clear, I'm only moving the camera. I'm not moving the character at all. I'm just moving the camera to show you. But yeah, he also has that skill. He doesn't always use it reliably, but when he does, he can activate a bunch of pots from a distance. If you play Lightning Soldier, he's much more likely to use that skill than not. I'm not using Lightning Soldier. I'm playing Perfectionist because I want him more DPS for actual, like, fights. So he's not quite as reliably using that skill. But if you play Lightning Soldiers, he tends to use it a lot, almost on cooldown. See, but this is what happens. Sometimes he doesn't ignore, he doesn't target the right enemy. And the problem is because his attack patterns are a little bit reliant on the camera. So if you're like looking away from things, sometimes he doesn't actually go in the right direction. Yeah, he didn't use it a single time this time. Unfortunately. But if you run lightning, the lightning spec, he will generally do that. He will generally use that skill. But like, I'm trying to not use anything, to not use any skills manually. Obviously, if you do it manually, the results will be better. As you can see, it's only 87, 88 skills. Normally, even if you do AFK, but like you're moving the camera around and maybe manually using a skill or something, you can easily get to about 100 consistently. This time we missed at least one Celestial. And Celestials are important because those give you like 10k MSP each. It's like 12k or something. Yeah, 47,000. If you don't do the Celestials, if the AI doesn't pick up the Celestial, they don't kill the one in the middle, it'll drop significantly, as you can see. But if we do it again, and this time, I'm still leaving it auto, but I'm gonna use some skills here and there, or like refocus the camera a little bit, just to give you an idea of the difference. That was like 47, 48k. So at that level, obviously Lucilius is better. Oh yeah, see, now he used the skill. He did use it. Forever yours. That wasn't me. But that activated a bunch of the pots. So that means the AI can now start attacking as well. But I'm looking around to make sure I don't get too far away from pots. And whenever they spawn in the middle, I try to prioritize this one. Obviously, it's a little bit hard to control because the AI still has control over the attacks. So if my inputs are delayed, it can mess up things. But I'm not really doing much. I'm moving mostly the camera and trying to make sure the character is always looking towards character or that he's in range. And if I can, like if I see them stray away or something, then I will... Like, right now, since there's nothing, I'll try and go closer to the middle to put them in range of as many pots as possible. And now I just wait again. And I'm always trying to pay attention to the center so that I can refocus them towards the center whenever they spawn, like now, right? And now we let them do their thing again. And we wait for the next slime. First one spawns around when you kill 20, give or take. I think it's based on a timer. I'm not sure exactly how many seconds, 40 seconds or something. But usually I go by defeated. The first one spawns around 20. The second one around 40-ish. The third one is around 70-ish. Yeah, like now. Prioritize the one in the middle. Okay, and now everybody can attack again. And the next one's around 100. Obviously, the best way to do this stage, realistically, is actually in multiplayer, where you can use, you know, you can have your own Eustace, and then our other players also have ranged characters, so you can all, you know, do stuff together. But yeah, this one was a very slow run. We only got 95. But we did get all the pots at least, so it should be pretty decent all this time. Should be around the 70 mark. We didn't get the last pot, so the overall it would be lower. It's going to be around 70k. Give or take. Yeah. So yeah, if you want MSP realistically, this one is only really good if you do it in multiplayer with multiple ranged characters and stuff like that. Usually what I do is I run this with Rackham, Eugen, Eustace, and Io. And that way I can reliably get over 100,000. Lancelot and Frau are melee, obviously, in this setup, so sometimes they don't behave the best. But even, again, you need to get over 100,000 mobs consistently and get that last Celestial to really make it worth it. If you can't, then usually, on average, doing the Lucilius fight is better for MSP. And I'm gonna do that that fight one more time, but this time without the silver slimes. Spartan Echo, Berserker Echo, and not Fade Breaker. Natural defenses. No, I need Stout Heart. I'm gonna do it one more time, but this time with the extra damage to see just roughly how long it takes. Okay. It should be. So last time it was 4:40 on the clock. Let's see how much better we can do it now. I honestly don't know if it's gonna be better or worse, because what does happen sometimes if you push damage too much, you can sometimes, you know, trigger certain phases, which can result in, you know, you maybe getting the same overall uptime or downtime as you would regularly. So we'll see. But yeah, for last time it was 4:40. It is worth noting that the AI can do some certain things, like focus the weapons when he shouldn't in this phase, and that can result in some issues because you sometimes don't trigger that in time. If you're doing it full AI, full automatically, sometimes runs can fail. But usually, because this is so early in the fight, right, you don't waste that much time. Okay. But yeah, the 4 dragons fight is probably one of the best, because you will need the silver centrums for all the weapons, and of course the terminus Ragnites are also very important, because terminus weapons, even if you don't use them, they give a lot of damage cap up increases on the mastery nodes, so you absolutely want to max out the weapons, even if you don't plan on using them like I am. They're probably the best weapon when it comes to like damage upgrades on the mastery node. It's one of the most important ones to master. Yeah, I'm leaving it like this. I'm not moving the character. I just want to let it do its thing. For better and for worse. Bonk. Obviously, if you play with a melee character, this is gonna be awful because they pretty much have constant downtime. But this is why Eustace is so important for farming. Because he has ways to always reposition and get in range. Even if it's not too much, it makes a whole lot of difference. Like, his uptime in a fight is, depending on the fight, anywhere from like 50% uptime to like 100% uptime. Maybe not quite 100, but like I know there are some stages where you can 100% get uptime the entire fight, especially if they're arenas and smaller spaces. But even if it's like only like 70% uptime, it's still more than almost any other character in the game. Or actually every other. Ranged characters, you know, those, again, can have decent-ish uptime, but most of them, again, still struggle from the mob. You know, the boss moving around and going out of range. Whereas Eustace can actually just get back in range, even from the other side of the arena. Thanks to the Howl, to Acid Rage Howl. He also has very good range. Stun, link time. There we go, link time. Nuke. Link time for the win. And we shaved off a whole minute. We shaved off a whole minute off of that. Which it makes sense. It's about 60% more damage. And we sacrificed 2.1k mastery. That's it. 2.1k mastery. We only got 10 flowers this time. Unfortunately, we didn't get the other bonus. We missed the side goal. And we didn't get any drop items as well. But we did get summons. So these still get sold. This is 20. This is 3. That's 45. So that's 55. About 60k mastery. For about, what is it? With transition, that's another minute. So like under 5 minutes. With everything. Around 5 minutes. We also got Splendors, obviously. These have a low chance to drop from any stage. And we got a beta. But yeah. That should give you an idea of, you know, how productive these are. Obviously, the dragons, like I said, those are even better. That stage is by far the best because it gives so many rewards. 40 silver centrums is a lot, considering the time investment. Comparatively, you have to do like a... I think it's level 4 or level 5 for Conflux. I think it was level 5, no? Yeah, level 5 for 40 centrums, and a cycle 5 run on average takes 10 to 15 minutes if you're decked out. It still takes closer to 10 minutes. Because in order to get the full 40 silver centrums, you do have to do Beelzebub as well. If you don't do Belzy, it's only 30 centrums. But you're still spending about 7 to 8 minutes for that. So, for just in terms of time, doing the 4 dragons gives you the same amount of silver centrum, but far more of the other more important rewards. So if specifically for centrums, the dragons are better. And also for Ragnite, because they the other types of Ragnitus Terminus ones. Oh yeah, I finished a bunch of them, as you can tell. Oh, let's do a dragon, just for the sake of it. Not this one, it's this. This one lasts longer. This one is definitely longer. It's around 7 minutes. Without the SPAs into account, so probably closer to 8 minutes. And this can lead also to a situation like this where the character is out of range because the arena is much bigger, because there's also 2 dragons on the last phase, so you can get some downtime if you're like trying to fully AFK this, but it's fine. I also posted on Twitter and on YouTube in my community post. I made some posts with like all of my character builds. If you wanna get the reference, if you need help on like how to build certain characters, you can check those out. They go into detail. Also, I keep seeing people talking about save scumming for sigil synthesis, and while you can do that, you know, it's up to you if you want to do that or not. I'm not your mom. I'm not gonna argue against it or anything. But like realistically, there's really no point to save scumming synthesis because again, if you do this dragon farm, like I said, for centrums and other materials that you actually need, and for the sigils that you actually need, you will be drowning in knickknacks and sigils. You'll have more sigils that you can know what to do with. You'll reach the cap, and you're gonna have to clear your inventory of sigils. You're gonna have way too many sigils. You just synthesize whatever the fuck and get rid of them as you synthesize them. Like, that's how I got all 8 of my characters to have, like, essentially perfect sigils. Because I have so many sigils, I don't know what to do with them. Like, sure, if you're trying to get very specific sigils, like you always want to have stun and damage cap on the same sigil, obviously you will run out of sigils. But if you just want to get damage cap as a secondary and, you know, have them on anything like, you know, all of your uplifts and quick cooldowns and aegises and stuff like that, you have so many sigils, you don't know what to do with them. Okay, that's 2 dragons down, and there's 2 more to go. It usually starts off a little bit slower, but it picks up towards the end because there's 2 dragons, so there's more damage uptime. And also, I'm pretty sure these 2 have less HP because you're fighting them at the same time. Yeah, the fire does suck on this one. The AI still is good enough so it doesn't die, but it will be low on HP because of the burn. Okay, there we go. Okay, 7 minutes, basically. Closer to 8 with SPA and everything. And you get a bunch of these things, like 15 or so. You get Rag Knights, around 30 per stage, give or take. You know, 22 plus 15 here, 37. You get 50 Centrums if you're lucky. Usually you get around 40 to 45, but sometimes you can get lucky. You obviously get 42 crystals, which you also need. You get Mirage munitions, and this is... The gauntlets are the only stages in Chaos that give Mirage munitions. And this one gives 10, so it's also very good for that. You get a bunch of sigils, again, Celestials. These dragons all drop Celestials because they're the elemental stuff. So you get a lot of Celestials. You even get, you know, damage cap on the summon, Celestials on the summon. So it's like this stage is fucking crazy for farming. Like genuinely crazy. You even get like, you know, the stage itself gives 70,000 mastery, and then you also get some summons that you can recycle. In this case, you know, 2 summons. That's another almost 20k. So 90k for 7 minutes, 8 minutes. It's almost as good as AFKing slimes. Because on average, you saw, you can't really AFK reliably. You have to move your controller at least a little bit here and there. Don't need beta, don't need stronghold. I mean, SBA damage, kind of like it, but it's low roll, I'm pretty sure. Damage cap, low roll, so still low. War elemental crit, war elemental attack power. I mean, I feel like the attack power is just broadly slightly more useful. I'll still keep those for now. Auto revive, skill damage cap up. Skewed, but I probably don't want this. I'll keep it for now, I guess. Natural defenses. Skill damage cap up. It's skill damage up, not damage cap up. I mean, both of these are kind of just as useless in the grand scheme of things. Attack power up is just mildly more useful. Oh, I'll get rid of that one. Potent greens, another skill that you cannot get in plus form on sigils. There's only one as a reward from a quest, but that's about it. You cannot get potent greens plus, or potent greens on a plus sigil in general. And you, as a result, you also can't synthesize it because it's a 2-tier sigil. So you can get potent greens on every single one of your party members if you wanted to. Berserker Echo. Fate Breaker. Stronghold. Okay, I can get rid of that one. I do prefer this one with stun power personally. Okay. Strongholds, SP damage up. Stronghold. I don't think I want that. I mean, I'll keep it because it's almost a perfect roll. I mean, that's damage cap up, but I don't know about this one. 42%. It's pretty decent. It gives everybody some survivability. But it's not better than Stout Heart. Nah, screw it. We'll get rid of it. Cycle. Yeah, and just like that, a bunch of these already. Basically all my weapons are maxed out, except for, you know, infinity stuff. Anyone want to do awakening? Infinities? Our guts. Alright, they dropped the health one, that's fine. Nowhere near ready for them. Oh, I mean, it's fine. We can do something else if people want. I'm just practicing, basically. But I'm okay with almost anything. Somebody wants help with something. Actually, let me... I'm just gonna create a room. Any region. All platforms. Infinity. Party password. 1111.
をご覧になりますか？またのお越しを。
There we go. Feel free to join if you want. We can do whatever. Like I don't have any particular preferences in terms of stages. We can do anything. I want to check something.
私の力が必要？
Did I disable that? Yes.
体で覚えるのが一番だよな。かかってきなさい。
Actually, wait. Let me double check that. That was fine. Make sure. Okay, it's 5. Oh, I have to change my skills again. Concentration here. Is here. Not in here. Actually, Mystic Vortex just to make the test easier.
って一気に行くね魔力の渦よ行くわよ行くわよそれでも食らえ
Okay. Mm-hmm.
かかってきなさい見てなさい行くわよ見てなさいこれでやっつけちゃうんだから特訓するのかよく狙って一気に行くね行くわよ負けないいたっておきよこれならすぐやってくさい行くわよ
Mm-hmm. Mm. Hmm. No, I have lots of weapons. Let's do this.
てきなさい。見てなさい。いや行くわよ。強めで行くわよ。やってやる。
Hmm. It's also easier to test damage difference. Person is the first hit for square attack. Yeah, no, it's old habits. It's just old habits. Because I'm used to playing both, builds. It's just old habits more than anything else. And hey, Nine.
よく狙って。
Because I'm used to playing the other build as well without concentration.
一気に行くね。
And also the other reason is because I don't have full charge in concentration at first. Because when you start off, you do need at least one cast. Like you can run the other one, the other skill, but I was running my default at the moment. Because without the first cast, you don't have access to Stargaze 5 at first. That was the main reason. I mean, you can also do a skill, but yeah, I would have to basically replace Lightning with Mystic Vortex for that first cast to get to level 4. That's weird. Well, that makes this tree even worse. Know how I said EO's builds are really bad? Well, I just realized, took me a moment, but I just realized this skill here and this one here and this one here are all dead skills as well. Okay, awesome. So you have to run even then concentration on the Mystic Vortex. Go like that. Dude, the more I look at Io, the more I test her out, the more annoyed I am at her skills. Oh god. So much anti-synergy. Attack and damage dealt. That's crazy. Yeah, that's why I was trying. Well, I was trying something else with Mystic Vortex, but yeah. What was I doing? What was I doing? I forgot what I was trying to do here. But yeah, concentration is a dead skill. That's great. That's not great. That's not great. Dude, every single build for EO is so messy. Stargaze gains attack. Concentration, concentration. Mystic cooldown, damage cap, attack up. Charge damage cap, yes, that's fine. Charge damage cap, skill cooldowns, up. Max HP skill damage. Personally, I've only tried the Flowery 7 tree and the Magic Chain, never tried to concentrate by myself. Yeah, no, so like, my thing is, more than anything, is that there's skills that are actually like unusable in a general sense. And you're forced to always pick skills that basically do nothing. Like, the thing that bugs me the most, especially about Io, because again, she has been my main for the longest time, is that first of all, you only get access to master traits essentially in the expansion, because you have to beat the first stage, right? You have to beat the first stage in order to, with Sion and Tuyen and Sandal? No, Tuyen and Siophon. Which means you only get access to these skills in Chaos Plus. It also means by the time you get access to mastery traits, you're already using awakened weapons. Which means you will always have more attack. Like, the only weapon that does not have enough attack is the defender weapon. And even that, you can very, very quickly damage cap on with just one stamina or tyranny sigil. And it's like, on Io in particular, there's so many skills that are so, like, literally do nothing. But not just that they do nothing, she also has a lot of nodes that specifically require you to invest 6 skills into that tree. Like this concentration AoE duration, this one does nothing if I don't already have 6 skills in it. Because I don't have the insight rank 2, right? So I have 2 skills that require me to have 6 skills invested for that to even work, right? And the same with like rank 3. There's a rank 3 here. There's a rank 3 here. Actually, 2 of them here, right? So I don't understand what they were cooking here when they went with this build. Because so many of these, like, I can kind of understand some of these. Like, this is rank 3 at least. No, sorry. This is rank 2. So it's like, okay, you invested here, you're going into this. But like, if you're playing other builds, then you end up looking at a skill tree. Like, where do I put my skills? I mean, you have the traits in the tree which give you 30 and 50 attack per easy. Yeah, that is true as well. But at least, like, I'm thinking early on in the game, right? These sigils only you gain access to style rank 3, like Chaos plus-ish. I think, I can't remember if it was, I think it's Chaos. Yeah, once you swap into Chaos plus. Because like Chaos you can level only up to 10, Chaos plus you can only level up to 20, and then Chaos plus you can get to 30, and then you go to style rank EX, right? So if you're starting off like literally the start of the Chaos, you don't have access to this one yet. You only have access to like this stuff here, and this stuff here, and this stuff here, right? So there's not much in the ways of attack here. That's why I kind of mentioned like you get a tyranny. You get a tyranny and you're capped out even with, because this is give me this. Because essentially Defender tier 1 has the same kind of attack, if I'm not mistaken. I can check real quick here on any character. Magliel, level 1. Okay, level 1 is a little bit less. It's 3k attack, but like, do I have any awakened weapon? I don't remember I have any fully awakened level that I haven't, because I maxed out all my characters. So I don't think I have anyone anymore. But like, it's like what, 4k attack I think it was for Terminus fully awakened is like 4k attack, 4k or 4.2k attack, and then another 200 from munition, right? So it's like 4.2 or 4.4 in total. You upgrade this twice, which is still available in like defense. So even then, you're basically at the same kind of attack range as a regular Terminus weapon in terms of raw attack. So you just slap in 1 or 2 staminas or 1 or 2 attacks, whatever, 1 sigil, and you're guaranteed to be damage capped regardless of whether or not you're running stuff. And then by the time you actually gain access to mastery traits level 2 and stuff, you will have level 4, level 5, level 6. No, maybe level 6, no. Level 4, absolutely, you will have access to. And at level 4, you're already like well on your way, and you start having access to like attack plus 30 here and stuff like this. And then obviously by end game, it's all wasted anyway, but like there's so much stuff here that's kind of just wasted. Like, this is wasted because it's damage dealt. It does. I saw a comment from somebody and I needed to go back and double check because I wasn't sure. And it is indeed true. This is damage dealt as in before damage cap, which makes this talent even more useless. It's already bad because it burns your HP, but on top of that, it burns 10% of your HP for damage dealt basic before damage cap. Like, this only makes me more angry. Yeah, no, I was comparing it to Terminus because Terminus is the highest attack base weapon when you, like, if you're an old player, right, you probably have your Terminus weapons, but I wanted to check a Terminus weapons if I have any that's fully awakened, because I don't have any, right? And a fully awakened Terminus, I'm pretty sure, had 4.2k attack. And the regular weapon is like a regular Ascension weapon, I think is around 3 point something. But I just don't remember because I don't have any. So I'd have to level 2 of them up like these two just to check out the numbers. I don't have any on hand. Because like literally everything is maxed out for all the other characters. Yeah, it's annoying because you think, like, yeah, normally damage dealt is, it is true, it's the wording for the before cap increase, but still, like, I kind of just instinctively expected this to be damage increase the same way, you know, this is, because this is also damage dealt. But this is damage dealt after cap, I'm pretty sure. Actually, now I have to check this one too, because I'm not sure anymore. I'm not sure about anything anymore. I have to double check now, just to be 100% sure. So we have the skills. And for this one, it should be easy to test, actually, because it applies to everything. Any attack, right? So it's 3.3k. $3.3 million, I mean. Yeah, that one applies. That one applies. That's how it should be. That is how it should be. That one applies as it should. 10% damage increase, right? But this other stuff doesn't, and it pisses me off. Yes. So this one increases damage dealt by 10%, right? So if I just do this, obviously it's just for Stargaze 5. So skills. In Stargaze 5's in concentration specifically. That's the other weird part, right? Yeah, it's just old habits. It also gives me time to like think, in a sense. Okay, concentration, bring concentration, mystic.
いくわよまだお手押しよいくわよ
21.8. How do you even complete training menu? Yeah, training menu. Your traits, EO. Right. We put this one here. That should increase our damage by 10%. Wait, what was the number? My fully transcended terminus weapon with plus 99 no awakening level is 6,200. Okay, 6,000. It was 6,000. Oh, and then I think the ascension is 4K. Yeah. Yeah, though that was 4K. Yeah. My bad. I mixed the numbers up. What was the number here? I forgot. Let me just scroll back on the stream mode for a second. That was before I got into the menu. 21.8. 21.8 mil. 21.8.
いくわよ一気にいくね魔力も十分
Okay, defense down. We're taking damage.
これでも食らえいくわよ
21.8. It's annoying. You get burned and you don't even benefit from it. This is stupid. This is fucking stupid. And it's damage dealt. So yay. Useless skills. Let's fucking go. I love it. I sure love spending points and having them do nothing. Damage gains does nothing. And it's not even just one talent, it's 3 of them. It's 3 of them, and they also have high requirements on top of it. It's 3 of them, they give you 50% damage dealt. 50%! You can't even raise your damage cap high enough to benefit from any of this damage dealt. Thing is, it's not just this tree. Every single tree is kind of ass. Because I was looking at another video from... What's her name? I keep forgetting. Mia? Mai? I don't want to get Maigi, the VTuber that plays EO, and she did the whole thing. She was going for a magic chain build, but even magic chain is like, you know, kind of screwed because magic chain has this weird interaction where the way you want to do the damage from magic chain is very awkward. You know, AX styles should let you spec into earlier builds, or at least let you blend in some of the tier 2 styles. I mean, you know, like, we all have preferences, so, like, for sure, there's different ways you can make it. I usually try to, like, look at these things just from the design perspective. I'm okay if certain skills only apply to one tree, but they should be beneficial, right? So, like, for instance, Fire, Lightning, AoE duration, Fire, like, these I understand why they're essence specific. Makes sense. But why do they have to be tier 3? Right? Like, why do they have to be tier 3 if you're gonna go that route? Like, it should be enough to be tier 2. I shouldn't have to go all the way in. Like, if I wanted to go to style rank 3, and for some reason I don't want to trigger the 3rd bonus, I should be able to just pick these 3 skills and just simply not go all 6, right? Like, it should have a requirement for the previous level, right? So you don't kind of like cheese too much, right? Like, I understand the concept, the design of it, but it should at least make sense for your progression. Having 2 tier 3 requirements on a style rank 3 is dumb, is silly. Like, this stuff, some of these requirements, most characters do not have this type of problem, or at the very least, it's not as severe. But EO has a lot of these where, like, on the same rank, you have a requirement for that tier. So, like, tier 2, 2 of them on tier 2. Another, okay, this one's tier 1. And then on tier 3, you have 1 and 2 and 3 skill 3s, you know? So it's like you're kind of forced to take them, but you're forced to invest all 6 points just to benefit from a skill on that plane, on that rank. And that shouldn't be the case. Like, this should be a level 2 requirement. Same with this one, you know, 1 or 2 requirement, depending on how you want to frame it, right? But like, these three talents should not be a rank 3 requirement on a rank 3. Same with like tier 2, this stuff. Because it just it makes those talents unusable. And then on top of that, you have skills like, for instance, while inside concentration AoE, EO also gains damage cut 20%. Why is this limited to pure concentration? This is a generic skill. Everybody should be able to use it. Like, sure, I get that the idea is kind of you want to compensate for the damage, for the defense down on it. But like, there's no skills in this tree that can be used by other people, by other specs. Like, you can use these two and this. You have 3 options here. And then you have 1 option here. Again, 3 attacks, which are also useless, and a chain burst. So if you're playing, let's say, in this build, you have your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 skills. And then you got damage cap, 7. Chain burst damage cap, because it's the only thing you can take, 8. And then damage cap, and maybe HP if you wanted to. But you get what I'm saying? Like, you're forced into non-options constantly, because so many of them are actually requiring you to specifically invest all the way in. Like 8 or 9, I have super useless master traits, skills. Only really every single one. No, yeah, I know. But like, it doesn't feel as bad on some of the other characters. Like Eustace, I always find things to choose from, or maybe like, do I go with damage cap? Do I go with skill damage cap? Do I go increase range? You know, or whatever. What do we have here? Chain burst damage cap, meh. This isn't great, but I have extend the window. I have damage cap here, right? It might not be optimal, but at least I have options. Proud the same, you know, I can go upright gauge to make me more comfortable, or I can go reverse gauge to make me more comfortable. I can go damage cap to make it more comfortable. I can do buff duration, right? I have more options. It's not quite like in the case of Frau, like you'll have one skill in the rank 3 that requires investment, and even that one is for the tier below, right? At tier 2 she has nothing. At tier 2 she has nothing. At tier 2 she has nothing. This is what I mean, right? Like, you have options. Might be optimal, might not be optimal. You have all this attack that's kind of wasted, but you also have some stuff here that you can mix and match. But on EO, 3 skills are out immediately unless you're playing that spec. And even if you're playing that spec, you go to the other one, 1 skill, 2, 3, 4 skills that you can make use of. Maybe 1, right? It's just, why? And on top of that, you have obviously skills that are completely useless. Because again, attack. So like, if I look at this tree, right? I'm playing concentration. I got my 6 skills. Guard break resistance is useless unless you actually invest in guard. But let's say that's an option. I can't use this one because it does nothing. Then I go here. That's 1, 2, 3 skills that I can't even use. 4 skills, 5 skills, 6 skills that I cannot use. So I only have 2 options. And then here I go 1 that I can't use, 2, 3 that I can. Okay, let's say critical hit rate I can maybe use if I don't build for it. But like, I have 1 and 2 that I cannot use under any circumstance, and then maybe potentially 3 and 4 with critical hit damage and charge time because of the attack. So it's like, and then I'm obviously forced into going HP and damage cap because there's no other options. Like, it's such a bad tree compared to so many other characters. And then you go to Style Rank EX, and it's kind of the same story here. Like, you're forced to get skills that clearly don't synergize. Because I don't have what to spend points on. Like, literally don't have. Like, I'm putting it into performing dodges. Because there's... Okay, fine, you know? I would have taken the concentration, at least, for this build. But as I just found out, not even those are useful. But, like, in this case... Like, for your typical concentration build, you shouldn't be running Mystic Vortex in most cases. You should be running Paralysis, right? But, like, let's look at, you know, this one, right? You'd be running Lightning, but let's say you're running the other one, right? You've already spent a point here on this one that you wouldn't be using as a skill. That's one wasted skill. Shield Cap, that's 2 wasted skills. Let's say we make use of that one. Flowery 7, 3 wasted skills. At least, right? Did I count properly? Yes. It doesn't matter which skill, it's if you pick that one. So... And I'm also forced into this one indirectly because it's the only one that I can benefit from. It's like, there's not really anything I can spend points on. I'm just spending points... for the sake of spending them. Like, I could literally not spend points and it wouldn't change anything. Like, I can literally play like this. With 18 out of 20 and it doesn't change my build at all. Like, nothing. I just don't understand. I don't, like... As somebody that has tested games and has worked on games, I like understanding the design philosophy of these things. And, like, you know, understanding what the goal is, what you're trying to accomplish, like, what the thought process is behind it. And I just don't understand it. Because there's only one weapon that doesn't have enough attack in the entire game. And even that weapon can easily cap attack by just using one attack sigil. And then everything else here, it's like half of this tree is somebody just went, I don't know, like writing numbers on a piece of paper, put it in a ballot box and pull something out, and that's your skill. Like, I don't understand when there's so much attack everywhere. Yeah. And then, like, we were talking about, like, builds that don't make sense. Magic Chain is another one that really doesn't make sense. Because I was looking into what Maggie was saying, and apparently, like, I tested this build, but, like, I didn't spend too much time looking into behind-the-scenes numbers. I just tested it, and it looked horrible on like, rotation, on, like, actual damage, and I found out why from that video, and it's because a large portion of the damage for this build comes from the burn, from Freeze plus Lightning, and the burn ignores defenses on mobs, and it scales off of your raw attack. It ignores damage cap. So the optimal way to play Magic Chain is to not really increase your damage cap, it's to put as much attack in your build as possible that does nothing for any other skill, more or less. Obviously, you're still going to increase your damage cap because, you know, your fire and freeze still do some damage here and there in Lightning. But, like, it scales off of raw attack. So you're supposed to scale attack past your cap that you do not benefit from just to increase that damage. And even though it does good damage, the problem is it's a pool on the ground which the boss can move out of. So it doesn't matter if it does 500 million damage per tick. All it takes is one move away from it and it's useless. No, that's the thing. If you build properly, like you expect to, with low attack, then yes, the burn does not do a lot of damage. And also it doesn't work on the dummy. It doesn't work on the dummy. So you can't test the burn properly on the dummy. That's the other thing. because it's based on defenses and stuff like that, and it doesn't translate. It's another skill that you can't properly test on the dummies. My tank build does look. Oh, okay. I'll just defer to you in that case because I do not want to test the dots. I personally don't even like the magic chain build. I always wanted to play the pure concentration. That's where I spend most of my testing. But yeah, if it's like you said, and there's like a cap or something on that, that makes it even worse as far as I'm concerned. Like, I'm happy to be wrong in this case because it only makes my case stronger. By what I was meant, that it was like, even if you're building incorrectly, it's still trash. It's trash when you build properly. It's even more trash if you try to play to the gimmick. Well, that maybe not more, but it's about just as bad. And again, even if it's good, it still doesn't matter because the burn is on the ground and the mob is gonna teleport around and move around, so it's not gonna sit in the burn for the whole duration. So it doesn't really matter if it's good or not because it's trash anyway. No, yeah, like, yeah, I know it's a support tree, but even as a support tree, the damage is kind of low. And you lose paralysis, which for me personally, I feel like that is one step too far. Like, the fact that you even lose the paralysis effect on top of everything is just like Magic Train. I just don't like. And even Flowery 7, personally, I'm not as big of a fan of. But this is more of a personal pet peeve, I'll be honest. But I personally don't like. Oh yeah, and another thing, all of the healing stuff is actually in the Flowery 7 tree, not even in the Magic Chain build. So you'd think you'd want to run like 3, Fire, Lightning, and Freeze, and then maybe use the heal here as your fourth supportive skill, because this is the support tree, but actually the support is in Flowery 7. But anyway, that's a small thing, doesn't matter. The thing is, I don't personally like the Flowery 7 build, because it kind of has the same kind of problem that we were talking about, like the burn on the ground, only slightly different. Stargaze has not Stargaze. Flowery 7 has a really long cast time, even if you use fast charge, because it's increased by the tree as well. So you spend a long time charging the skill. You cannot dodge, unlike your Stargaze. You cannot dodge, because if you dodge, it cancels. You have to charge it all the way. You have to release it and still wait, because if you dodge after you release it too early, it cancels the animation on top of that. And the mob has to stand still. So, like, I don't like Flowery 7 most of the time. Unless, like, you already know the fight and you sort out everything and you know exactly the perfect windows when to use it. Flowery 7 can get wasted a lot as well. You can make it work, for sure. Like, I'm not saying you can't. Like, it's definitely more viable than Magic Chain. It's one of those, like, you miss a Flowery 7 and you've missed, like, huge chunks of damage. It's like, I don't know if it's worse, but I think it's worse than missing a showdown on Galanza. Actually, I have to check. But I'm fairly sure it's more damage than Galanza's showdown. Like, Eos is such a weird place right now. Like, none of her trees really function as they should. And even if you're trying to make like a hybrid stuff with skills from all over the place, it still doesn't quite come together because she has so many wasted nodes. I haven't checked Magliel just yet fully in detail, but it's like... The more I play EO and the more I test things, the more annoyed I get. And the less I want to play her. It's just sad how broken she is. Anyway. Yeah, no, I know. That is my problem. That is my problem. Anyway, skills. Online. Create an online session. Password. On. Where can I check? I always forget. Settings. No, that's one. Okay. Well, I appreciate you dropping by, regardless. But if you want to hang out, feel free to let me know. And if not, enjoy your workday while you still can. Actually, you're probably almost done, right? I think. No, you have like what? It depends on your time zone, I guess. You're in the US, so probably at least 15 minutes to an hour left of work, I think. 1 a.m. for me, minus 7 at the very minimum if you're East Coast. That puts you at like 4 p.m. So you probably have like 1 hour of work at least. But yeah, good luck with your work and stuff, and catch you around then. Yeah. Give me a sec. I need to reply to a comment now. They were right, and I messed up. They're... Mm,
ポロポロってやってえいって決
mhm.
めちゃうのもどうです？ダメですかね。
Mhm. What was the other comment? Confidence. Yeah, that's great. So now I have to think about Eo's build again. What I do. I think I'm probably just gonna go back to the Flowery 7 one because it's about the only one that technically works. But that's unfortunate.
それではまた。
It's unfortunate that no matter what I do with EO, I just can't get her to really, do her thing effectively. Yeah, it's you're pretty much forced into Flowery 7. There's not much you can do there. That one, Flower 7. Defense for sure, damage cap there. Definitely the Blight. And then damage cap, I think. So damage cap, charge skill damage, HP. Okay. Defense, Flower 7. That's all of that. Cap, damage cap. What are we running as our fourth skill though? Mystic Vortex? Maybe? I don't know. Damage cap, Fire, Freeze. Lightning, I guess. Fire, Freeze, Lightning. Flowery 7? Mystic Vortex gives 10% defense, but that's about it. Either one or the other. Paralysis plus 2 seconds sounds good though. Kinda like that one more. Damage cap, charge damage cap. Skill cooldown, damage cap, and defense, I guess. Skill cooldown, skill damage cap. Damage cap. Use concentration. That is the way to go. And then for tier 3, you have to do this one first. Damage cap on Y attacks. I'm not using concentration, so maybe max HP. And damage cap. I think that's the build. And then here we got one more skill point. I think it's that one. Oh no, Flower 7, right? Okay. Flower, Lightning, Freeze. That means Master Plates on Neo. I can take this one out and I can put this to this one just to make it a little bit more generic, I guess. I did take out all of the attacks, so I probably should check back on the dummy to see if I need any more attack, because I did take out almost all of the attack. Nope. Everything's capped. That's capped. That's capped. That's capped. Yeah, everything's capped. Like nothing. Everything is capped, and I'm pretty sure I have no attack traits whatsoever in the skill tree. Damage cap, max HP, damage cap, damage cap, damage cap, damage cap, damage cap, skill damage, skill cooldown, damage cap. Yeah, even that one's... No, Flowery 7 has one attack, because we need it. Like, we literally have 0 attack. We have only one attack skill, and that one's the forced one for Flowery 7. You have no attack, and we're still capped. On everything. We even have Celestial Lumen. Yeah. Okay, I guess I do have a little bit of attack from stamina from this 10 sigil. I guess this maybe puts us above. But I'm pretty sure even without that, I'm at the cap. Because we would have Fate Breaker anyway. Yeah. Why did they break EO? Why do they have to break EO? I mean, I can still use her for farming, like, you know, so it's not like it's the end of the world, but eh. Considering, like, her playstyle and everything, she really shouldn't have this low damage. Oh well. It is what it is. Did I miss any other messages? I don't think I did. Well, I wouldn't say damage is the only thing that matters, but at the same time, yes, it is the only thing that matters when you have, you know, infinity fights with like 30-minute clear times and clear mechanics and stuff like that. Yes, damage is about one of the few things that matters. Obviously, survivability matters. I'm joking. And my characters are all meant to be survivable, but yeah. It's not that I don't like it, it's just... How should I put it? You know how every character kind of stands out by doing certain things? Like, the magic chain skill mode... like, the... How should I put it? Like, the skill spam build on her is kind of generic, and everybody kind of has something similar, or a lot of other characters. Not everybody has, like, the... Black Mage sit on a circle playstyle the same way EO does. At least not off the top of my head. Well, it kind of comes down back to, like, what does it mean to be bad? If you're somebody that does, like, speedruns or just does hardest content in general... Like, everybody's bad when you're not the 2%, the top 1% or 2%. I tend to think about my builds and things like that for a more average player. And I do mean average in, like, the more traditional sense, not the I spent 200 hours playing this game like you and me average, you know? Most people will get hit, most people will make mistakes, most people will not perform their rotations perfectly. Most people will not fight each boss 50 times to get better at it. So, like, yeah, most people are bad at games. Like 80% of the people playing any given game are bad at the game at that point. Like, I've seen people with good builds still fail because they either can't dodge or they can't effectively use their abilities and so on and so forth. To define Infinity fights with support plus DPS to then yeah, most people are just bad, yeah. I mean, it kind of goes back to like the kind of two extremes of the argument, right? There's the extreme arguments on both ends. There's the people that say that in a more extreme sense, not you, but like there's the people that say that damage don't matter. It's all about execution, ignoring the fact that most people cannot execute like a robot and stuff like that. And then you have the other extreme that just goes like damage is everything, and they will sacrifice everything, even survivability, just to, you know, run these glass cannon bullshit builds that you see on, you know, the delegates everywhere. Like, stuff like this where people have like 80,000 attack and 73,000 power with 800,000 attack. Like, these are bullshit builds, you know? It's kind of, but I try to like not think about or like not argue around those extreme weirdo people. Because I feel like you're just wasting your breath when you're considering those like fringe. Well, I say fringe, but I would agree some of them are a little bit more common than they should be in like online discourse. But there's part of it is also just kind of like echo chamber kind of stuff. Like when you think about who watches YouTube videos, who watches YouTube guides in terms of like build guides and stuff like that, there is a certain degree of an echo chamber that is very different from like the average person gamer that just boots up a game, plays a game, maybe, you know, tries to overcome a challenge, maybe every now and again posts on the forum. But like, if you think about like just the views around any given game, whether it's Final Fantasy 14 or Monster Hunter, you know, you think about Monster Hunter selling 10 million copies on like, you know, Wilds in the first month, and then you look at the views on any given video or even like the achievements and stuff like that. We're talking about like 1 million or 2 people that even reached the end game, like, you know, the like rank 8 monsters and stuff like that out of that 10 million, you know. And when you put that into perspective and context, it's like, yeah, the vast majority of players are bad because most people play games just to have fun, recreational, jump in, jump out. We're all like, we're basically all here like university students, you know, already, you know, 4th year of university, kind of quote unquote mocking the kids in 10th grade, you know. It's like, yeah, of course they don't know as much as we do. You know what I mean? Like to a degree, yes, they're less skilled than us, they're less capable than us, but at the end of the day, you know, you're trying to help people. Like even builds like this one with the Galanza's immortal stuff that, you know, we mess around with. We use these kinds of builds just to like shut our brain off and maybe, you know, chat and stuff like that with our, you know, people in the stream and stuff. But for some people, this is genuinely the only way they can even beat, not even Infinity, but like just like the end game of like Chaos Plus Plus. I mean, there's definitely some people like that for sure. But I've also seen like, I have a big background in World of Warcraft, and elitism there is like rampant. So it's like, yes, you have the casual players that quote unquote feel entitled to all the content, but you also have the elitists that quote unquote feel entitled to have the game designed around their sensibilities because they don't feel challenged and they always want something harder and harder and harder, when for the vast majority of players and the vast majority of players that keep most games alive and kicking, they wouldn't even touch that content. Like, for instance, with FF14, as much as I appreciate the fact that the game has ultimates, let's be honest with each other. We're talking about less than 1% of the entire player base clearing, if that. You know, if you're looking at the best estimate, you're looking at 2% of the entire population ever clearing ultimates. You're making content for 2 out of 100 people, right? The vast majority of people do not play that content, and the vast majority of people do not contribute towards that content directly. All right? So like there is that a little bit of reality that is kind of lost sometimes, that games are part games, part challenges, and part entertainment, right? It needs to hit multiple kind of like checkboxes. Having a hard game doesn't sell copies, broadly speaking. And if it is a hard game that sells copies, usually there's a caveat to it, where it's like a knowledge check, like the Souls games. Souls games aren't hard inherently, for the most part, because they're just number checks, and you can very easily, like once you have the knowledge, you can very easily manipulate those numbers in your favor to like kill bosses really fast, or like over level and reduce the difficulty of the challenge. There's nothing inherently static in difficulty about Souls games. You just level up more, or you upgrade your weapons more, or you like go out of your way to get a specific item to upgrade yourself, and then you can overcome the challenge. It's originally 14. Yeah, I don't even do Savage anymore. I think I've said this before. I don't think I said this to you specifically, but I'm not into hard content anymore. I used to be back in the day when I played WoW and 14 more competitively. I did used to do things like Savage UCOB, like in ARR, but like I'm over it. I'm at the stage. I'm a bit on the older side, you know. I care more about experiences more so than difficulty. So like I'm at that stage where I like to play more games. So if I have to spend, like, let's say the next, just, you know, an abstract 100 hours trying to beat all of Infinity stages in the game, I'd rather just go play another game, like Pal World, for instance, that came out, or any other game that's coming out in a week or two from now, right? Like, I like grinding and I like challenge, but I don't like difficulty per se. I like to be challenged in the sense of like trying to learn about the game, figure things out, optimize, get better, understand more. But like when it comes to things where you kind of just have to just bang your head, like in 14, you know, Savage Raids and Ultimates, where you kind of just have to do the same thing over and over and over, like the progging thing, I'm kind of over it at this point. I used to love progging, like genuinely, I used to do raiding in World of Warcraft. This was, again, back in the day when I was younger and had more time and all of that jazz. But like I used to do all the raiding stuff. I used to be in a like top guild. We were like, this was back in the day where like all of the like things that we have today with like logs and stuff wasn't quite as developed. This was like back in the Wrath Cataclysm era, like in 2012 or something. I was in a guild that was like one of the top guilds in Europe, and we were dealing, you know, with clearing raids in like the first month easily, you know, and like some of our worst raids included beating, you know, heroic boss. Heroic, because back then we didn't have mythic. Heroic was the current mythic, basically. We were doing like heroic raids like in the first month, clearing the last boss easily. We weren't quite like top 1, 2, 3 guilds, but we're like in the top 10 in Europe and stuff like that. So like I had my share of like, you know, hardcore playing games, you know, raiding 7 hours a day, 7 days a week and all of that jazz. But like I'm not really into that anymore. Like progging, for me, progging comfortably should not last more than a day. And if I need to spend more than like 6 to 8 hours on a fight, that then for me, like in terms of MMOs, not single player games and stuff like that, if I need to spend more than like 2 raid nights, it's too much. Like I don't have the patience for it. It's not that I can't learn it, I just. And the other reason, to be fair, the other reason is that I don't really have people to play with that I'm comfortable with playing and learning. And I do not, like, I've been through so many guilds, especially in my, like, towards the end when I stopped, you know, because part of the reason why I quit raiding was that I couldn't find people to really enjoy raiding with. Because we got a little bit of what you were saying, right? Where some people were just like really bad at the game and wanted to do more than they could, but there was also the other side of people that were just like kind of elitist, but they didn't really necessarily have the skill to back it up. So they had that arrogance that really gets under your skin when you see somebody lose their fucking minds over like mistakes and start calling people out, right? So you go through that period of like finding a guild, finding people, testing things out, and it became so tedious, and I just gave up. I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm over it. But if the circumstances aligned somehow to like get into a guild with people that I actually enjoy raiding with or talking to and hanging out with, and they're chill and all of that kind of stuff, like if all the stars align, then sure, I would give it another shot. But like at the same time, it's a catch-22 in the sense that I'm not gonna go looking for it anymore. Like somehow it has to hit me in the face. Somebody has to come to me, have fun with them, enjoy, you know, doing dungeons and raids on lower difficulties, all that kind of stuff, and then just naturally progress into it. And, you know, at that point, let's be honest, it's not going to happen. So that's kind of what I'm saying. It's not happening because too many things need to happen right for me to get back into that progression mindset. And I also have too many games that I want to play, right? So, like, I already spent 2 weeks on this game alone. I have like, what, 200 hours in this game alone, 220 hours just since the expansion came out. And I enjoyed my time, and I will continue playing the game, and I'll continue leveling all the other characters and stuff. But, like, if I had to spend 200 hours or, like, 50 hours, let's say, to progress all the infinities, I'd rather just move on to the next game at that point. Like, there's a point where I just don't have fun progging, especially if it's solo, because I will admit, for me, company does matter a lot. So, like, if I were to Defy Infinity with somebody and try these fights out and learn them, I would enjoy myself. But if I have to do this with my AI constantly, like, I'll do it for half an hour or 2 hours, but then I'll just be bored and be like, okay, you know what, I just don't want to do this anymore. Yeah, no, for sure. Like, in that kind of scenario, yeah, sure, I'd be willing to try something out, you know? Like, if I had somebody that is chill and is, like, let's say also a little bit more chill than me, because I admit, like, I'm not a hater. Like, I don't hate on people for being bad at the game, but I do have a short fuse when it comes to myself. Like, I do tend to be kind of like, oh, god damn it, I messed up, I fucked up, you know? Like, I'm very harsh on myself, because I know that I could do better if I just put in the effort. So I'm a little bit more harsh on myself. So if I were to duo with somebody, it'd have to be somebody that's a little bit more chill than me, because it helps me to kind of like keep it toned down. If it's just me by myself, I tend to often go just, oh, for fuck's sake, why did that happen again? Why me? Why the? But if it's somebody else and somebody else makes the mistakes, I'm like, it's fine, relax, we'll just go again, you know. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm super toxic to myself. But if it's somebody else, it's like, dude, just relax. It's fine. We'll go again. Oh, we died. Ah, no problem. Let's do again. If I go by myself, I'll be like, fuck this game, man. Oh, that's so stupid. That's bullshit. Why did that happen to me? No. But yeah, if it's with others, I'm a lot more chill. That's why I usually like playing with others, because, you know, it kind of calms me down and keeps me a little bit more agreeable. But yeah, I was trying solo Defy Infinity earlier. I did manage to get this one solo done somehow with Galanza, and I did try to do. I had 2 attempts at the world so far. First one was very bad because I had 3 DPS, including Rackham, which managed to die at the worst fucking time, right as we triggered link time. So basically, I didn't have the damage. Second try, I did better, but the problem with AI is that you yourself have to do all the parrying, and if you miss the parries, Yeah, the damage can be a little bit of a problem if you don't hit those parries. I did get it down to 16, 15%, something like that. 15% on the second try. One exception, the healer in my Criterion raid group tried to optimize his damage from the first pull instead of healing. As a paladin main spam clemencies to make up for it. Yeah, that's one thing I will say. Like, that is one thing that kind of pushed me away from Final Fantasy a little bit and the raiding, is that I don't personally enjoy the damage optimization around healers. Like, I do prefer healers to be healers in MMOs. I do like spamming all of my heals and stuff like that and keeping people alive. Obviously, for that to happen, the damage needs to be a little bit more constant and not as spiky. Whereas Final Fantasy XIV is very spiky damage. You either die or you don't in a lot of cases. Or if you're, mechanics where you have to be topped off because it deals like 90% of the damage. And I don't really like that because healing becomes very robotic and very, like, controlled. And the rest of the time you have to DPS. So that kind of put me off of healing in 14 for a while. I did enjoy healing in World of Warcraft though, because it's a little bit more random in that sense. So like you can, like, the skill expression is a lot more pronounced in that sense. Hard casting, mana management, yeah, I like all of that kind of stuff as well. I like hard casting. Again, you play a caster for that. I don't mind having insta heals, but I like the idea of like pre-casting, for instance, right? Like in World of Warcraft, we used to do that a lot. We would pre-cast heals, at the right time, right as an ability hit, in order to top people off, right? Things like that. But at the same time, I admit I'm one of the older MMO type guys. I like my MMOs to be slower paced. I like things to be more meaningful. I don't like the modern take on an MMO because it really just feels like a live service game at this point. Whether it's talking about WoW or it's talking about, Final Fantasy XIV. I still like Final Fantasy XIV. Like, I'm not, dissing it or anything, but like the play style and everything, it becomes very live servicey, both in terms of like how you progress through the game, but also in terms of like the combat becomes more actiony, more fast-paced, and more about content consumption rather than living in the world. And I'm more of an old school MMO player where I just, like, if I play an MMO, I want to make that game my life in a sense. Like, I live in that game. I log in every day. I play with people. We do all sorts of content, not just raids, not just, resets and stuff like that. But I'm well aware that I'm in the minority, and like the type of MMO I enjoy is pretty much dead at this point. Yeah, clear class into like 3 AoE heals. Yeah, the homogenization. But that's also part of the reason why I say I don't like difficulty in a more like technical sense, because the thing is, as you make harder and harder content, right, you end up with like classes that become clearly inferior to others because the numbers matter too much, right? When, like, obviously it's not like 100% like to the point accurate, but you kind of get the picture of what I'm trying to say if you visualize this, right? If you have content that becomes very, very difficult, like ultimates, for instance, right? The difference between classes becomes more and more pronounced. So that individuality and flavor of each class becomes a detriment, which then leads to homogenization, because everybody needs to be able to do that content. So you're trading one thing, like the higher you go in difficulty, the more the disadvantages of each class become more pronounced, and the more they become liabilities, not just disadvantages or trade-offs. So that's part of the reason why I don't like ultimates in FF. That's why I don't like mythics in World of Warcraft. You reach a certain point of difficulty. Like, I like to call it the 8 out of 10 range, right? Everything that's above an 8 out of 10 becomes unreasonable in terms of like balance. If your class is an 8 out of 10, it's not enough for these types of this type of content. It needs to be at least a 9 out of 10, if not a 10 out of 10. And the only way you can do that is through homogenization. That's why we had the 2-minute meta in Final Fantasy. That's why every healer has instance. That's why every healer needs to DPS. Because if every healer can't do everything every other healer can, and every DPS can't do the same thing every other DPS can, it's not good enough. That's why we also lost dots on things like Black Mage and Bard, right? Because dots, they just don't synergize well with the damage profiles of every other class. So you end up in this world where every class plays kind of the same, but the buttons have different colors. That's why I always prefer games to not be that difficult. Like, in a general sense, not like an absolute sense, I don't really like Defy Infinity. But Defy Infinity is still not that bad, right, comparatively. But, like, going from, like, you know, doing everything in Chaos Plus with my eyes closed, and then hitting Infinity, it feels like a giant spike. It's still reasonable because the game gives you the tools, but you can very easily see, like, once you hit Infinity, like, even my max build characters are not enough, right? Because you have to deal with certain mechanics. Like, this one's a good example. Like, the world, you alone can trigger the quickening. Your AI never does it. So it doesn't matter how good you are. It doesn't matter how well you dodge abilities. If you're not triggering those quickenings, you just don't have the DPS as a party. Because it's such an important... Like, again, you're dealing 4 times the damage. Like, you need that quickening. You immediately see the difference in damage if you don't trigger that. And your AI never does it. So if you're out of position, if you're a little bit too far ahead or something, and you miss... You're not in the right spot, or you just don't get the timing right on quickening, you know, the difference between, like, your party's performance as a whole skyrockets. Again, it's not bad because I understand the design of Defy Infinity. It's clearly not designed to be played with AI. It's clearly designed for multiplayer. So I'm not jabbing it. I'm just saying, like, in terms of, like, difficulty spike for somebody playing the game, it's so different, it's so significant that it almost feels like it doesn't take into account everything else. Yeah, that's also the case. Like, even something like regular, like the Chaos Plus, this one, Chaos Plus Lucilius, if your AI isn't fully built, you are gonna die to game over. Not because you did anything wrong, is because the AI will almost always target the weapons first. So you need enough damage to kill the weapons and switch targets to Lucilius to stun him. It's kind of dumb. I've gotten to the point where I can do it with my current team, but at the same time, it's like, it's kind of silly that I have to do that. Like, that should not be a thing that I have to do. Hey Rin, how's it going? Yeah, but the AI definitely isn't optimal. It's very good at staying alive, but it's very not good at dealing the damage, especially when it comes to, like, more severe mechanics. I'm doing good, doing good. We've been testing some things, realizing some things that we're not happy about, especially with EO, but we're doing good, and we're chatting with people. Honestly, stun is sadly super unbalanced on a character basis. Example, Cagliostro with C2 finishers has good stun damage, but when I try with Maggie, she has so dog shit. Yeah, it comes down back to that kind of, like, pseudo weapon type that's not really reflected. Like, characters that you know, hit with swords sometimes, you know, in some games have blunt damage versus slashing damage. It does feel like some characters have slashing damage instead of blunt damage because of their core abilities not having high stun values. Like, with EO, you can get so much stun out of her Stargazes, but then you switch to Maglio, like you said, and you're hit. It feels like you're barely, you know, you're trying to slash a stone or something. Barely anything moves. It's very weird with stun. Like, every single one of my character has over 300 stun. In part because one of my summons has also, but like 326, 326, 308 because Froud doesn't have as much stun. Lancelot, Jita, and every one of them has 3 stun sigils, so it's like everybody gets the full 100. Maglia feels like such an awful character. Buggy, clunky, janky, low reward. Yeah, I haven't built her yet, so I can't speak with any kind of like confidence on her. But I like her design. I like her general idea and concept behind it. But like, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. I don't know how else to describe it. It's. I wanted something else from her. I don't know what it is, but I'm not like the weapons playstyle. There's something about like so much of your damage coming from the gun that doesn't feel good to me personally. I definitely would have liked more focus on her auto attacks and stuff. So you do have things like Ardent Dancer, I guess, to do that. But as a support, she definitely doesn't feel as good to play, I feel like. I feel like she's a little bit more fun to play, maybe if you go damage, probably with the Ardent Dancer, but I haven't messed around enough with her to really get a feel for it. The next character that I want to build is Fediel, just for the AI. Because from everything I've seen so far, Fediel has pretty good AI and mobility. And I definitely still want to finish up Kag, because I started working on her, but I haven't finished her. And all of her weapons are also maxed out from back in the day, I think. I may have not finished. Yeah, no, I didn't do the Awakenings, I'm pretty sure, on her. Yeah, because I didn't get around to it. So Kag is gonna be probably Kag and Fediel are my next two most likely. Yeah, no, I like her abilities. I like her abilities. Just the playstyle, the synergies between things, it just doesn't quite. I don't know. It doesn't. I'm getting a similar vibe from Magliel that I'm getting from EO at the moment, but with slightly less experience to talk about it as confidently. Where it's like there's something off. And if you hate Polaris 7, you're gonna hate Blade Dance from Maggie. Yeah, because you have to target it. It's kind of like Sumrak as well, isn't it? Where you have to move your cursor and make sure it's on point. I think that's the one that you're referring to, right? Yeah, it's, I don't know, like she definitely plays differently than what I had expected and hoped to an extent. I expected the weapons to be maybe more passive, where they do their thing, where you activate an attack and stuff, and they kind of do their thing, like the gun to an extent. Like, I expected something similar with the spear and the hammer, rather than usable. I don't know, it's just... It's hard to put into words because I haven't played her enough. I don't dislike it, but I also, like, just looking at the little bit that I have played her, it just doesn't feel like I'm gonna enjoy her. A Maglioli's video, but you can't even use your Blade Dance in SBA chain a lot of the times because it takes longer to use than the enemy staggered in your last. Oh, okay. Did not know that. There's definitely odd. Oh yeah, speaking of, that's one of the reasons why I don't like playing Magic Chain on EO, because fitting the Stargaze 5 in between two Magic Chain abilities is very, very tight. And sometimes you can't even get it off properly, in part because of like travel time with abilities and stuff like that. Like if you're not in the right optimal distance from the enemy, you cannot get the Stargaze 5 charge in before your buff, whatever it's called, I keep forgetting, wears off. The Magic Chain buff, you know, this one. Like if you're not in the right distance, and you cast like one ability, try to do Stargaze 5, and then cast a second ability, depending on which abilities you use, so like Fire, for instance, as the second skill, or Freeze as the second skill, this can very often fall off, even with Magic Chain duration increase. Because it goes from like 5 seconds to 6, but like... Yeah, no, I know, but like it just feels so wrong to like intentionally do Stargaze 3 or whatever, just so that you can fit in. As it's I don't like it. Again, as somebody that's played basically concentration build for so long, asking me to do a Stargaze 3, you're basically asking me to not play properly. I know that makes sense for Magic Chain builds, but it's like, I see that 4-star on the Stargaze, and my brain says, you're holding this for the entire duration. You know? It's one of those things. It's a brain chemistry thing where I see the Stargaze pips, and my brain is like, you're going to 5. You are not stopping before you charge to 5. Freeze, Stargaze 1, charge, lightning fire, then into... Yeah, no, I get it. Like I've tried it. I played it while progressing through the story. I did do it for a few chaos stages, chaos plus stages even. So I did use it a bit, but it doesn't feel right for me. It's again, it's one of those things, you know, like where you have to just... How do I put it? It's the part where you have to optimize the fun out of the game, as it were. When what you're saying makes sense on paper, and I agree with you, but as a feeling of playing the game, it feels wrong. It feels wrong to not play how like the general design of the class kind of functions, right? Like your whole idea, especially with things like your warpath, right? Your whole shtick is that you go to Stargaze with max orbs, right? Like the whole, you know, and like even your other talents, you know, like stuff. It's just like, yes, it makes sense what you're saying. I know I should be canceling or using my abilities with fewer charges, but like conceptually, as like the flow of the thing, it feels like I'm optimizing the fun out of the game, because I have to play in a way that is not really intuitive. Kind of like with the fire buffs and stuff like that, right? Where it doesn't scale properly with damage cap, or, you know, the fact that you have all of these talents that don't work. Like, a lot of it just feels like I'm not playing the game right, actually, in a sense, because, like, the only way to play the game right is to know what's under the hood, which, realistically, to an extent, you shouldn't know. Right? Like there's a degree of that, like, you know, in testing you have the terms white box testing and black box testing. The idea is like there's certain things you can visibly and easily access and understand, and there's certain things that you don't know because they're under the hood, like the code. And like a lot of the things that we're talking about here is like the black box stuff. It's stuff that you shouldn't know normally, and you don't know unless you look under the hood and you inspect the numbers and all of that kind of stuff, and the scaling and the caps and all of that jazz behind the scenes, right? And like it's kind of like the magic trick. Like once you know how the trick happens, it's not interesting, it's not appealing anymore, it's not fun. What's fun is being confused about it, trying to figure it out, trying different things until it all clicks. But once you figured it out, the magic kind of disappears. Collapse is a DPS loss, blah blah blah, so I feel stupid I can't use it unless I want to handicap my damage. Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? Like, yes, I can do damage, and like there's also like degrees to which, like, for instance, when I play with like Galanza, right? I should have got not here. Grand Sackfire, I was doing a mistake. But like I know that when I go and with Galanza, this is definitely one of those things where like there's a compromise, right? There's a range. Like I know that if I go into Deathmatch Finale and use my attacks, I'm gonna consume my bar. way too fast, or like I spin and stuff, like, and this consumes my bar too fast. Like, I already know that this is gonna be, you know, not great for my bar. And if I want to keep my bar in the fight, I'm supposed to do aerial combos. And aerial combos also recharge my abilities faster than if I actually were to use regular attacks because of the cooldown coefficient numbers. Like, I know that this is more optimal than just doing this. I get it. And to an extent, I'm willing to accept that compromise because it's not that big of a difference in the general playstyle. But there's some things that just feel wrong. Like, there's a degree to which once you reach a certain point, you're breaking too much of the game. Because, like, the bar gets consumed, but if you're doing aerial combos, your bar gets consumed less. So the idea is that you're actually going to spend most of your fight doing aerial combos if you're trying to be efficient. Because as you can see, my bar barely goes down. Because the moment I jump up, you know, the bar stops. So ideally, you're supposed to do this. And if you play it normally, like you're doing your regular attacks, and you're doing your Y attacks, or even your, like, you know, spam rotation stuff, like, this is all inefficient because it consumes your bar way too fast, and you're not in deathmatch finale as much. So, like, optimally, you're supposed to do aerial combos. Also, aerial combos also don't fill your charge as much. So once you enter, you're supposed to just juggle. And that's how you keep your bar going. And the only time you're going on the ground and consuming your bar is when you're using your skills towards the big attack, basically. And then you consume all your skills, and then you go back to juggling. And when you juggle, you get your cooldowns back faster because the finisher has the higher cooldown reduction coefficient for Cascade, and also for like your actual skill. But if I just try to do regular attacks, like, it will take for freaking ever to get my cooldowns back. Like, my cooldown's gonna run out if I try to do it the normal way. So it's just so weird, you know? Like, it feels like you're breaking the game. And to an extent, again, I like it, right? Like, there's degrees to it. Like, there's a degree to which, like, this is still kind of feels like you're playing the character correctly to an extent. But, for instance, this is also part of the problem with Galanza. Like, your aerial combo has such good numbers that if you were to play Galanza Turbine, you can go in Turbine mode, in Turbo Turbine skill. You can go all the way on the Turbine, you can max out everything, and you will still do less damage with Turbine mode in Turbine spec than if you spam aerial attacks. Because the damage numbers are just too high, essentially, for the aerial combo, comparatively to everything else. It's a little bit like Rackham was back in the day. Not quite as bad, but it's a little bit like that, where you would just jump into the air and do AoE attacks. Like Turbine, I don't know if the aerial attacks are over-tuned or if Turbine is just under-tuned, but I would say a little bit of both, actually. Like, aerial attacks deal a little bit too much damage, but Turbine deals way too little damage. Like, you can barely get 200 million on the target dummy with a full Turbine build, even with, like, almost full skills. Like, my record right now, and keep in mind this is like a tank build Galanza, like, it's heavy tank. Like, I can do about 340 million, I think it is my record at the moment, because I didn't go for damage. I don't like doing, like, cheese stuff just to pump my numbers onto the dummy. But yeah, my record is 344 million with the current aerial skill build. I remember doing the Turbine build, and I barely, just barely reach 200 million. All my builds do less than 200 million damage. Well, it depends on the character, obviously. You tend to play support healers, stuff like that, right? Like Dancho also deals very little damage if you're playing like substitutes and stuff like that. You play a lot of support type characters. Those obviously have worse numbers overall with their specs, with their support specs. But like for DPS in general, again, Galanza is a tank build, but it's really more of a semi DPS. But like, and that's pretty good damage. I guess it depends on how you build it and how you play Captain. I have my numbers here. Like, I did them on AI just to kind of like get a feel for like how good the AI can play them, because I was trying to figure out which characters are good for AI. And Jita does 102 million damage in my build. Eugen does 157, but he's support and he's a bit weird with his poison and stuff. Eugen does 157. Io does 195 million. Rackham does 230. Frau does 225 million. Lancelot does 250, and Eustace does 256 million. As AI. So not even me as a player optimizing. And then Galanza does like a little over 100 million, because the AI doesn't do the air juggle and all that kind of stuff, so he doesn't do the skill properly. No, obviously without charisma stacked, because you cannot do that. I was just trying to check all my characters kind of roughly where they stand, but I know the numbers for Jitas are low because of that. I was just curious to see like what the raw numbers are. But again, this is true for most of the characters on that list, because every single character has at least like one or two mechanics where they like the AI doesn't make good use of it, right? Like EO, she did 200 million, but the AI doesn't animation cancel, you know. Rackham was just shooting, he was barely using his charge shots, you know. Every single character has something stupid that the AI doesn't do. I was just curious to see how the AI handles them. But even that, considering, yes, I know, like the captain would do more damage in a regular fight because I would be stacking her charisma stats. But even with the AI bad, like I said, Rackham still did 230 million. Eustace was 256. Lancelot was 250. And Frau was 225. So pretty much every single support, every single damage dealer except for Eugen dealt over 200 million. Well, Io was like 4 million short, like one attack away. But again, AI is bad. I rounded it up to 200 million because it's just like 4 million damage, doesn't matter. And Eugen has 157, but again, Eugen is very fucked on dummy. I already know that. He doesn't use his Sumrak at all. Poison damage doesn't tick properly when you're doing the infinite dummy and all that kind of stuff. Like there's some fuckery there with Eugen. That's why, like, I'm aware that what I just mentioned are just raw numbers for the AI. In actual fights, the AI behaves a little bit differently. It does play a little bit better, so some of those numbers are higher in some cases. And in some cases, like Lancelot, it's actually a little bit lower, because it's easier to sit on the dummy and just spam attack than it is in a fight. So he would lose stacks. So obviously, there's a lot of caveats for every single character, both in increasing their damage and lowering them. But, you know, it was just a good idea to get like a metric for like where the characters stand roughly. Yeah, better sustained and stuff like that. It was just, you know, I definitely use dummy more in a theoretical sense, right? Not in an absolute sense. Like that's why I even mentioned that I don't like to pad my numbers. That's why, like, if you notice, like my best dummy number is like 344. I could do 500 million for sure if I really wanted to pad the number, but I don't care about that kind of stuff. Like, I do care more about like the realistic scenarios that you can actually replicate as a player when you're in fights to some extent, right? Like, for instance, like in link time, right, where you have some downtime or stuff like that, or a break. So that's how I play the dummy as well. It's just to get an idea of like where my damage would be, and then things that aren't reflected, I obviously increase the number. So like, obviously, since I'm doing the regular dummy, Fate Breaker isn't active, you know, what else wasn't active? Your Terra, no, not Terra, yeah, what wasn't? Your Aqua wasn't active for some of the characters, you know. So there's a lot of these, like, Aqua, Fate Breaker aren't active. Jita doesn't have her charisma stuff. Lancelot has more uptime than he should. You know, Frau isn't resetting her cooldowns as often in a regular fight. Eustace can't even counter on the dummy, for instance, on a damage number, because if he could, his damage would be higher. You know, Eugen scales with poison, but some bosses are immune, or the dummy doesn't have the HP to really take it. So yeah, I don't care about the numbers on the dummy, but I care enough to kind of like give me an idea of where a character stands, and like what are some of the scenarios where they can behave properly, or like, you know, I can get something out of them. Yeah, I don't care about the damage compiling videos. Like, I genuinely do not care. I don't even bother with those. They're nice to watch the same way it's nice to watch a speed run, for instance, of a fight. Like, you see the Monster Hunter speed runs where people do Rathalos in 3 minutes or 2 minutes or whatever. They're cool to watch, but they don't mean anything to the vast majority of people, because behind that 2-minute video of a Rathalos skill where everything goes perfect, somebody spent 100 hours trying to get the optimal perfect movement out of themselves and the monster at every single point, and hit every single stun break point at the right time to keep the mob in place and all of that, blah 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 blah. Like, they're cool, but they're not indicative of actual gameplay. It's something just for the show. Yeah, well, Infinity in particular is weird, right? Because Infinity doesn't rely on your raw damage. It relies on actually doing mechanics, right? Like, you get 300% damage increase on the world. What was it, Belzi's? Because I can't remember. Ah, yeah, Belz is all about not getting hit. But what was it? I think Bahamut Versa, right, is all about the Dark Flame. You get 200% damage increase just by doing the mechanics properly, so you're tripling your damage. So basically, if you do Dark Flame properly and you have the Master Trait, this one, your 150% million damage on Bahamut Versa turns into like, what, 500 million damage or something? But yeah, people just care about the raw numbers, and you know that, again, we were talking about, like, you know, on the one hand you have the people. Oh wait, I was confusing. Yeah, you're right, I was confusing it. Oh my god, I completely got that one wrong, didn't I? I don't know why. My brain just saw purple and I completely forgot that this is Blight, not Dark Flame. Yeah, you're right. I completely forgot. I got the mix up. I was thinking about I just saw a purple icon and I completely blanked out. No, you're right. You're right. I completely messed up on that one. But again, my point still stands though. Like, you're 150 million if you do the Dark Flame, you still do 450, so it's still better. Yeah, I could have sworn it was the same, but yeah, you're right. I completely misrepresented, and I think I've said this in another stream as well, so I probably accidentally shared some misinformation because of this ability. But no, you're right. It definitely is. It doesn't apply. You're right. Read the tooltip. I keep saying read the tooltip, but like, even it happens even to the best of us. You know, like even for me that spent so much time reading all this stuff, every now and again you have one of these moments where you just read something and it just flies over your head completely, like for no reason. Like what you had, all you had to do is point it out to me, and like in an instant it made sense. But for some reason, I looked at this ability, saw the icon, completely missed the part where Blight and Dark Flame are completely different things. And my brain was just right, yeah, this makes sense, 100% damage cap. No, it doesn't. You're right. I'm stupid. But yeah, you're right. That is definitely a talent that I misunderstood, misremember, like misinterpreted, misread, whatever you want to call it. And that also means I have to update every single one of my characters. It doesn't matter where I put it though, on him specifically, because he needs 6 skills. I mean, he can keep it, I guess. Because it doesn't matter for him. But for you, strafe damage, I guess. Now I have to take it out of every single character. Lancelot. Again, doesn't matter because he also doesn't have. He only has attack stuff. Take that with Blight. No. Thank you, Dancho. What can I do? Get crit, I guess. Honestly, the only use case for all of these three, like Poison, Burn, and Blight, are all kind of useless for the most part in regular fights. Burn you can kind of make use of if you go like, you know, the world and you keep the flame card up and stuff like that. But for the most part, I feel like all of these 3 talents are more geared towards Conflux. Because in Conflux you can get those chaos card thingies that inflict, you know, these effects on you that also tick for a crap ton of damage. So you can get a lot of damage out of it in that scenario. Burn is kind of common. Yeah, it is. It is. It is true. But I also, Burn hurts a lot. Burn hurts a lot. Okay, I'm leaving multiplayer, I guess. You get these ones. Aura collection. Which one is it? This one. Permanently inflict Blight, permanently inflict Burn. These two. And they deal a crap ton of damage. Like, you're going from full to nothing in a few seconds. Conflux is very good at grinding resources, so if you're trying to build characters to make advantage of the resources, it's very good in that sense. It doesn't really matter otherwise. But it's very efficient in a general sense to get some certain materials and stuff, or as a catch-up if you're not already like very good at that game and stuff like that. Like especially when you were progressing, like before you have access to every single stage and stuff like that. You know, being able to get 40 silver centrums, for instance, per run, like this was by far the best way to get silver centrums before the 4 dragons. You farm your cause like a good girl. Yeah, I get it. But if I wanted to build a lot of characters, so it was a little bit more efficient to do confluxes at first. And also it does change things around. It is a little bit more variety, you know, to do this sometimes, because you get all of these traits and stuff, so you can customize your runs. And if you were doing this as you were progressing, it was actually more fun because you weren't as strong. Now, obviously, at the end game, with everything built up, you melt through everything. But like, Conflux 5 was actually a bit of a challenge at that point. Yeah, that is definitely one of the best examples. Skipping Excavalion by doing Conflux is one of the best, if not the best reason in the entire game to do Conflux. Yeah, but I mean, we both know why Excavalion was not brought back, right? Because it was a set piece, and two, nobody wants to do Excavalion unless they have to, and even then, they'd rather not. So Conflux is a godsend in that respect. It's also pretty nice, like if you're a new player, for instance, it's also pretty nice to get access to Sandalphon, for instance, and Sandalphon's Awakening stuff, because you can get the, even if it's in limited supply at first, you get access to the rewards. Like initially, you know, you level 3 and level 4 had these types of bonuses where you get Dark Residue and Tears of the Apocalypse. But more importantly, if you have access to the characters, if you've unlocked them or because you've done those quests, you can actually farm Primarch Ascension rewards to upgrade your Sandalphon weapons. But more importantly, you also have access to, like, you know, Supreme Weapon Essences and White Blooms and stuff like that. So for new players, because that's really what this is more, it's for new players that don't have everything we have from endgame, and for just like farming a little bit more efficiently. Excavalion, yeah, is a set piece. That's what I call them. They're set piece fights, like in Monster Hunter with Zora Magdaros and stuff like that. They're set piece fights. They're awesome to do like once or every now and again, because they're cool as like in spectacle, but they're god awful to grind for materials or for whatever it is you actually need for progression. Like, I love doing Zora Magdaros once a month because you know, when I was still playing World specifically, like I like doing that because it's fun fights. Or like, oh yeah, look at this set piece fight. It's not fun when you have to do it 20 times to upgrade a weapon or something like that. It becomes old very fast. But I like set piece fights. Just keep them just that, set piece fights, and don't make them part of the general progression loop. Like, that was the only problem with that fight. It was part of the progression loop. If it wasn't part of the progression loop, it would have been fine. And that's why I also like Conflux in that sense. I get to skip farming. That was also one of the reasons why for the longest time I didn't upgrade my weapons. And even in the base game, when I upgraded all of my weapons, because I got every single character's weapons at 150, and I got all of them, like minus the new characters, before the game came out. I farmed a ton of large crystals. But like for every single character, almost, when I had to upgrade the last upgrade, I think it's the Defender weapon. I can't remember 100%, but I think it's the Defender weapon, where you need Excavalion pieces. Every single weapon outside of like the very first 2 or 3, I leveled up with Damascus. I was like, I am not doing a single one of these runs. I will use every single Damascus that I have to upgrade these weapons. I will not doing Excavalion. Thankfully I farmed so much for different reasons, for masteries and whatnot, with all the characters, that I had like 30 something Damascus. I finished upgrading all of my weapons, and I still had about 15 or so Damascus, and I just sold them for, I just traded them in for knickknacks. Because there's nothing for me to do. I still have 18. I just based on like farming stuff here in the expansion. So I already sold like, I don't remember, 38 Damascus or something like that. So now I'm back at 18. Oh, and also I spent about 100 Splendors on Ambrosias just to fast track a little bit of my grind at one point. And I still have 87 Azurite Splendors. I came into the expansion with like 50 Splendors or something. I do appreciate that they shower you splendors and the Damascus ingots more or less now. I mean, Damascus aren't quite as often, but they do get they get given to you a lot. And in Conflux, if you get the stage with the chests, you can regularly get Damascus ingots from those chests. So that's why I have so many. Because I did grind a bit of Conflux for like a day or something at one point. And every time you get that stage where you can go to pick up the chests have a pretty high chance of containing ingots and splendors. So it's, yeah, it's great for catching up and stuff like that. But it's kind of cool that my team is so geared up that I can pretty much, except for Defy Infinity, which again has specific mechanics that are more or less designed around multiplayer, kind of like how Omega was in Monster Hunter and stuff like that. I can pretty much do any Chaos quest with my AI, and it's great because farming some of these stuff can get really annoying at times. And plus, I get to chat and stuff like that. So I do like that they increased it. I know some people don't like the auto combat working all the way until the end, but I personally like it because some of the grinds can be a little bit tedious. And sometimes I just put on the auto grind, the auto combat, and go make a coffee or something, and then come back and get some rewards. It's really nice. But obviously you have to gear your team properly to actually be able to handle some of these challenges, because I wouldn't call them easy to auto combat if your teams are not properly prepared. Like Lucilius is a good example. You're not auto farming that unless your team is stacked, because you will fail the the cast at first and it's just game over. Took me a while to actually get them to the point where they could do that. But yeah, I got all my SS on everything. I got all my achievements done. Basically got everything. Outside of the Infinity done. Just need to do some Infinities with some peeps. I'm probably still gonna try a few runs solo, with AI. But realistically, it's a fight. It's like trying to do, like I said, whatchamacallit, Omega, right? In Wilds, for instance, solo. You kinda, sort of, maybe can. But at the same time, you really shouldn't, right? Like, it's clearly designed around multiplayer. It's clearly designed about mechanics being done, not AI. So, like, I'm gonna try a few more times, but I'll probably give up and just play with people. MSP grind is so insane, it would suck at good AFK grind farm. Yeah. Possible? Well, gearing, no. Gearing is not hard. It's not impossible. The MSP though, specifically, especially past level 30, and especially the 5 master ranks, like that one it is kind of impossible for a regular player to realistically gear them all up. But just the weapons and getting like masteries and all that, Conflux is very lucrative. Like genuinely, they made it very lucrative. And to the point, like, it's also very easy in the grand scheme of things, because you just progressively get stronger, both as a character and by unlocking the various, like, stuff. So, like, even casual players can max out 4 characters. They can get all weapons maxed out and full masteries leading up to mastery 30-50. But yeah, if we're talking about the last few levels, yeah. Because, like, it obviously depends on how you look at it, because in terms of, like, stages, it used to be 2 difficulties and 3 difficulties per stage. So like, if they did it like before, where all 3 of these stages were not AFK farmable like veteran, and it was like maybe just chaos, then it would have sucked. You could still technically get away with it if they moved this stage, the Revenge of the Woos, from Chaos Plus to Chaos. If they moved the stage from Chaos Plus to Chaos and they still didn't allow you to AFK farm, it would have been fine, I feel like. Because that's like the only really real stage that's kind of like a problem in the grand scheme of things. Both for AI and for other, you know, things. Obviously, there's more effective ways to farm if you're already at endgame. Like we talked about Lucilius and stuff earlier with another viewer. Like, Lucilius is much better for MSV farming if your team is strong enough. But if not, Revenge of the Woos still tops it. I think it depends on how your team is built. Yeah, that is also true. You build tank and you just AFK farm. Like, you could definitely do Chaos Plus AFK farming stuff. And dragons, like these gauntlet ones, usually have higher mastery gains per level. And you can absolutely farm this most of these stages at master rank as well. To be perfectly fair, like you said. It's just that by having a good DPS like Eustace, you can contribute more damage. Because you'd have like 3.5 to 3 3/4 of a DPS instead of just 3. So yeah, you could technically still do it. It's just that it would be a little bit more risky, I guess, depending on the stage. Especially since a lot of these bosses, like the dragons, have debuffs like the fires on the ground. We didn't used to have that much in terms of like big AoE ground debuffs that melted your HP in no time at all in the base game. Like the chaos stuff actually does put more emphasis on mechanics rather than just not getting hit. It obviously depends on the fight, but like you probably couldn't AFK farm the 4 dragons because you got the fire on the ground and the glaciates everywhere. You probably wouldn't be able to do Mana Garmor completely AFK. Like, maybe you could, maybe you couldn't. Actually, this one probably not, because he does like the back-to-back like freeze stuff bullshit. So you wouldn't have the auto revives and the gutses to actually go through all 4 of those, like, or 3 corner transitions. You just like, even with some of the debuff resistance would be definitely a little bit more useful this time around, but it's just like, just not get hit forehead, and most of the time the mechanics are relatively forgiving where you don't need it. But yeah. Oh no, absolutely. Like AFK farming without your character being controlled is possible in terms of damage. It's just that some of these do debuffs and shit that can just kill you in terms of damage. Like, so if your character doesn't at least dodge from time to time, it can be very iffy. Like, the 4 dragons have the fire puddles that can kill you. They have the glaciate. They have the wind damage that pulls you in and deals a ton of damage. So, like, there's some fights here that they just change in terms of mechanic that make it a lot harder than in the base game. Again, I'm not saying impossible. It's just that you'd have to build more dedicated. So, like, for instance, you'd have to remove all of your damage, obviously, and then you just have to slot in glacial resistance, flame resistance, wind resistance, like, you'd have to slot all of those in just to be able to go through this stage as your main character if you're it's not getting controlled at all. Because the debuffs also hit harder. Whereas in the base game, like, even if some of the stages were like, obviously you wouldn't do most of these last ones, But like some of these fights, they were mostly raw damage. They were mostly raw damage. Even the fights that were more elemental with like the wind from the griffins and the ice from like the other stuff. They mostly didn't proc as easily. They also wouldn't fill your bar as easily, like when you did get by debuffs. And they also didn't pack as much of a punch. So you would just get raw damage, raw health, and a lot of regen. And you could tank through most of the fights. Whereas nowadays, like if I AFK, for instance, this one. No, not this one. Which one is it? I keep forgetting the name of. This one. The Blightbone Ragnalia. Every single one of my characters is going to be below half HP or less because of the poison thing that ticks for like percentage based, I'm pretty sure. Like especially my I can try because I haven't done that in a while. I can check with Galanza, but I'm pretty sure it's all percentage based. Oh, no. No! Thought I was in my own party. Cancel. Oh well, never mind. I wish it actually allow you to cancel instead of being grayed out. But whatever. I guess I'm doing the Blightbone Ragnalia at this rate. Yeah, I love the game, but there's definitely some quirks around the multiplayer and matchmaking that are a little bit annoying. And a lot of people often disconnect and stuff like that. I do hope that they get better at improving this stuff. Well, I guess we're doing the Blightbone Regalia now. But I'm pretty sure this one was percentage-based ticks. I could be wrong. Most of my DPS obviously have around 100k HP or less. Actually, no, I think everybody's over 100k now. But they weren't back then. Yeah, this stuff actually hurts in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, I'm trying to focus to get this done as fast as possible. Yeah, these guys, but that's the thing. A lot of these are mostly, well, not mostly, but a good chunk of these fights deal a ton of damage because of the debuffs, which, from what I've seen, they tend to be mostly percentage based. So, like, it's usually the debuffs that do a number on you. Like, I was doing the world earlier, testing it out with my AI, and, like, everything was like normal-ish in terms of damage, but then like the fire puddles appeared and like burned my health in like no time at all. And it's the same with poison and stuff like that. Am I the only... How do I have the most SBA out of everybody? I don't know how that happened, but okay. Nobody runs uplift, I guess. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's mainly the debuffs that deal a ton of damage. And in the base game, there weren't that many of them. Like, most of the bosses, or at the very least, most of the bosses you would usually grind and farm wouldn't be... Like, wouldn't have those types of, like, heavy debuffs or stuff that would kill you in no time at all. It was usually just raw damage, like, raw hits. So as long as you had defense, like, stronghold and stuff like that, and enough health and regen to just keep yourself alive, you could tank most things. But in the expansion, they really start throwing things at you in terms of mechanics. Like, you actually have to do mechanics, like, you know, break the stun bar, you know, the bar. Or actually, you know, in this case, move out of the thing on the ground that hurts you. So that's part of the reason why I think I'm saying, like, I think right now, because of these changes, if they did remove the auto combat, which makes your AI actually dodge here and there and stuff like that, it makes it a little bit easier to actually farm these stages, even the... Because one of the good things, though, in this case, that's really kind of the catch-22, right? Debuffs deal a ton of damage, but they can't kill you. They just leave you at 1 HP. All of the debuffs only reduce your HP to 1, but they never kill you. But the problem is, even if you're a tanky build, your HP will be so low so that the boss can hit you with any kind of physical attack and kill you, right? But at the very least, because we have auto combat, even if the NPCs are at 1 HP, they will dodge when they get hit, right? Because they, at the very least, they have that, right? They have the perfect dodging down pat pretty consistently. So if they're not enraged to attack, at the very least, when they do get hit, they're just gonna dodge something. And then, even if they're at 1 HP, they can stay at 1 HP for a long time. Yeah, Buzz is a pretty nice fight overall. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I do like it. Honestly, I like Bubs overall more than Lucilius. But both of them kind of annoy me in the same general sense. One of the things that I don't like about almost any fight in the expansion, and some of them are obviously more egregious than others, is the high amount of, like, downtime where the characters just leave the stage, fuck off, and you just sit there waiting for them to come back in. And so many times, like, the world has this, Twin and Sandalphon have this to a lesser extent, but it's not quite as bad, but it still happens. Proto Bahamut is a fucking pain in the ass because of this. Pieta, fewer things is more tolerable because, like, the old fights, but, like, obviously Hurricane is a pain in the ass because of that. This one has a lot of transitions. Lucilius has a fuck ton of transitions. Even Belzy has to... Like, there's so many times where you're just losing your buffs and stuff like that because there's nothing to hit, or you're just sitting there waiting for something to happen. And that's one aspect that I really don't like about the expansion fights, at least the endgame stuff. Because you're just sitting there and waiting for them to do their thing. You know, Galanza, for instance, and especially, like, I'm speaking from what I know so far, right? Because I can't speak for every character. But if you play put on a show, you make sure you don't have Flashpoint. You know, you don't have like 9 stacks or anything like that. You have any stacks, and you use your flashpoint before the world goes away. Because in almost every instance when the world goes away, like with the orb stuff, for instance, or the card stuff, no, well, cards no, because you can DPS the cards. But like when he goes away and does the orb mechanic, you're losing your flashpoint. The end. Like the duration of the fight is just too long. You're not getting your buffs back. It's just you just resign yourself to the fact that you will lose all of your stacks. And so God forbid you're at 9 stacks because you have to start all over. Because the duration of the buffs is not long enough relative to some of these phase transitions and stuff like that. In first try, because the boss just permanently disconnects from the arena. Yeah. That's the thing. Like that's my biggest pet peeve with the expansion fights is just a lot of like invulnerability and teleporting phases. So some characters don't even get to play the game sometimes. Like they should definitely make some changes to how some of the buffs work. So many buffs just disappear if you die. Another thing that makes me really hate playing EOs is the concentration buff on the like the concentration skill on the ground disappears if you get knocked out. Stuff like that. They're just annoying. Like you put your concentration down, you get hit by something accidentally, you weren't paying attention, or you were slow to react. Congratulations, you just wasted your cooldown. Even though it was on the ground when you know, already cast and stuff, it just disappears. And it's part of the reason why I kind of just default to Galanza now. Like, I've beaten every single fight in the game up until Defy Infinity with EO. But like for Defy Infinity and just in general, like when I'm trying to play something harder, I just play Galanza now because I don't want to deal with it. Like it's one of those things, like it's fun to put in a lot of effort to perfect your build if you get a payoff for it. But when there's so many things that can go against you and you still put in the effort and your results are mediocre versus a Galanza that just jumps and deals twice as much damage as you, it kind of becomes demoralizing. Like, why would I put in the effort to get better at EO when I can just jump, look at chat, not pay attention to the fight, tank every hit, and still deal more damage? Like, why? Why would I try to learn EO in that kind of context? I'm putting in more effort, I'm more focused. I can't speak because I have to pay attention to everything. And I deal less damage. Or I can just AX, and Y, and look at the chat and still beat pretty much everything. It's a bit unfortunate. A good old relink balance. Yeah. It's a little bit of that, but it's also, again, a little bit of the design. It's a little bit... So it's like multiple things, right? Balance obviously doesn't help it, but you know what else doesn't help? The fact that the bosses are constantly vulnerable, and the fact that the bosses hit very, very hard, and you need to optimize and stay alive so they don't get killed constantly. So you have like multiple variables that just compound on each other. So like one annoyance now becomes a bigger annoyance, and an even bigger annoyance. Yeah. Yeah, base game also had very big problems. Like, in base game, Gandagoza was pretty much a dead character, because you would not be able to play Gandagoza in most of the cases. Like, you had to do some specific things, you know, like you could do your meme videos and whatnot here and there, you know, your 4 Gandagozas, link time stuff for funsies, but like, realistically, Gandagoza was unviable for the entirety of the base game, and Terminus absolutely did not help Gandagoza in that sense. Meanwhile, Vasaraga was on the other end of the spectrum, where he could be viable just because he could ignore mechanics. So by just ignoring the mechanics, he could deal his damage. But Gandagoza couldn't. Yeah. But it kind of circles back to what I said, like the general difficulty of the game also influences your perception of these things. Because if the game isn't too hard, again, those like flaws aren't as like those flaws are just that, you know, like drawbacks or whatever, flaws of a character. You know, this is how you play this character. But then if the fights are too difficult, you end up in scenarios where characters just become unviable because their weaknesses are not just weaknesses, they're just outright liabilities. Yeah, Lancelot was a good example. I mean, they nerfed that now at least, to not make it brain dead, but again, now you have Tank Alonza. So we got rid of one thing, got another one instead. Yeah, and that's the kind of the annoying part, because it's like if it's just like drawbacks to the playstyle, you can be like, yeah, okay, well, I'm gonna optimize and try and get as much out of the character as possible. But like when the game itself also fights against you through its design, and the numbers don't work, and you have clear flaws, you know, it just becomes like the MMO type of thing of like, you know, no mages allowed or no priests allowed or whatever the class that everybody just agrees is bad. You know, everybody just shuns you. It kind of ends up in that scenario. And like, I would not be surprised that once you hit infinity and more people reach this point, I would not be surprised if you'd start seeing people not play with certain characters because of their, you know, their weaknesses and stuff like that. Or like they would look at, you know, they would look at you, see what spec you have, and if you're not in the right spec for certain characters, they would just leave. Like, I would not be surprised to see that, because Defy Infinity definitely inches into that more, you know, high difficulty stuff, kind of like Zero was back in the day, right? Like, for regular Lucilius, yeah, you can kind of bring almost anything as long as you do the mechanic. It's not too bad. But if you go into Zero and people don't know what they're doing, it's like, why? It's not even worth trying to get this run done. You see somebody doesn't have guts and auto revive and stuff, like, just leave, because you're wasting your time. Yeah. The only thing I will say in that specific regard is that I still reserve some judgment, because even with the base game, they did release a patch after like the first month or something. So it did take a little bit. I'm not going to pretend like it was overnight, but it did take a little bit. But they did release some patches and updates and made some improvements here and there, and fixed some things, removed certain abuses like the Rackham aerial style and stuff like that. So like I'm still kind of in that coping / hoping stage where it's only been 2 weeks. We're gonna wait a little bit more, maybe 2 more weeks ish, you know, for about a month, and hoping to see some updates and changes, and hopefully get some fixes or some improvements. I still maintain that mastery traits is one of the easiest wins they can have, because changing things like skills, how they function, or changing things like traits, how they function, or changing like numbers on the characters themselves can deal a lot more damage to already established builds. But like, master traits are an easy win and an easy fix in a like just like external sense for us players, where you remove this talent and you gave me another talent that just gives me more damage cap. Cool, easy fix, right? I just do this. Whereas if it comes down to like sigils and stuff like that, you know, it can be a little bit more annoying to start rebuilding everything and whatnot. I run auto revive. I don't run guts anymore for the most part. It depends on the character. On Galanza, I have guts because I have it on the right stone. But on most characters, if I have to run one or the other, I usually just run auto revive, because it's a quote unquote free full heal, right? It's a revive potion / full heal, so I like that. Could fix make the game back then. People shit on me for that, and it's just not to make supports viable. Yeah, the support situation was kind of sucky in the base game. It was unfortunate, but even that one, like, the even in that scenario, it would have worked. The supports would have worked the way they did if we didn't have as many sources, as many reliable sources, and as strong of a source for things like attack and crit, right? Because like if everybody was just stuck around 50 crit and Phantasmagoria gives you 50% crit, now all of a sudden it's good, right? If everybody has like 50% attack that they can slot into their gear, that 10% or 15% attack is not wasted, right? But they give us so many powerful sources and high numbers of them as well that you're easily capping everything up and then some. I will also say that I'm somebody that, again, plays a lot of games and has played games for a long time, so I also am a little bit more lenient to certain types of mistakes because of context, like, you know, relevant context. So like in the case of Relink, I think that overall they did a good job. Obviously, when you get into the more min-maxy side of things and the more efficiency side of things for us like hardcore players, it gets kind of fucky. But like for the average player and stuff like that, I think the game does a pretty good job to be compelling, interesting, fun, enjoyable, power fantasy, everything. It does everything right to make it an enjoyable experience, and it makes it fun enough to recommend to people that aren't as min-maxy and just like have the game and as an quote-unquote IP grow, right? Like if you compare it to like a Monster Hunter, right? As a first game, it does almost everything right. For min-maxers and like optimizers and people that really love to sink their teeth into, it falters here and there, but not enough to make the overall play experience unenjoyable. It might suck, like in my case, that, man, I can't play EO, I wish I could play EO, but I still have 27 other characters that I can play, so it's like, yeah, sure, I don't like the Greatsword, I can play the Longsword in Monster Hunter. I don't like the Longsword, I can play Insectlave. So it's like, even if it doesn't synergize with my playstyle per se, or doesn't play quite how I want to, I have other options, and overall the game gives me enough to mess around with. So as a first game, I think it's more than amazing. But I would definitely want to see some changes for the expansion. Maybe the next game, I should say. Like, I would love to see a Reeling 2, where they also take a lot of the lessons from here. I also will say, like, I am an old school gamer in a lot of ways, including in the sense of that I do not personally like it when they make major changes to single player type games. Like, I don't like the live service model-ish of a lot of the games, even single player games, where you have like constant patches, constant updates, constant changes to numbers and skills and behaviors and stuff like that. Like, I like to be able to learn the game and get better at the game because I play the game, not because 2 months have passed and now I have to relearn everything because everything's obsolete. So to an extent, I'm okay with them not making overhauls in this game, right? Certain things are the way they are. You take them for what they are. You know, like back in the old days, you think of like the older games when we were kids, like your Pokemons and your Skyrims and whatnot, and certain glitches just kind of become part of the kind of culture around the game, right? So like, I'm okay with them not making major changes for this game, but I would like them to make some changes to their formulas and stuff for the next one. A super hater of Potion Hoarder Guts are by short quest times. Completely made things like heals, res unusable. Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of problems there. It more than anything, it wasn't Potion Hoarder and Guts and Auto Revive that really made res unusable, heals unusable. I mean, those are part of it. For reses, those things, so like Guts, Auto Revive, and short quest time make reses kind of unusable. But for heals, I would argue the biggest problem for heals in general isn't even Potion Hoarder. It's the fact that you have 45k HP and you get one-shot by almost everything in the game because everybody plays Terminus Tyranny. And they have 30k HP. That was a bigger problem. You couldn't heal even if you wanted to because people, if they got hit, they would get one-tapped anyway. Like, that was a bigger problem there. Terminus being as powerful as it was in the base game in particular, That's what killed heals more than anything else. And that's also what made Guts and Auto Revive so popular in the first place. So it's kind of one of those catch-22s, right? Because it's like you made damage builds so powerful, but also limiting your HP. Everybody's playing Glass Cannon, and when everybody's playing Glass Cannon, nobody's playing heals, and everybody's just running Guts Auto Revive. And it kind of goes back to what I said. The harder a game is, the more min-maxed it becomes, the more like everybody kind of just plays the same. And to an extent, that's why I don't like difficulty being too high. Because, like, one thing I like in a lot of video games, mostly single-player games, but even like some of the, like something like this and something like Monster Hunter, is that I can do something like an immortal build, right? But a lot of times you can't get away with it because the game is too tightly tuned around certain areas, and the difficulty becomes too high to certain cases. So like they add, let's say in Monster Hunter, you could do an immortal build, but then you have like a quest timer like Alatreon or something, where you have a very short timer, so you have to run a specific weapon, and you have to make sure you break the horns and whatnot, or else you just lose the quest, right? It forces min-maxing and metas. And I personally hate metas. I really hate metas, because it goes against the spirit of experimentation, I feel like. Metas, more often than not, are the bane of fun and joy, because if you make the hard content very hard, it means you have to min-max, because you have to, because that's how the numbers align. But if you start min-maxing, that means everybody starts playing in a certain way. There's less experimentation, there's less variety. And also, because everybody's playing in a certain way, especially in these type of live servicey type games, or like multiplayer focused games, then you get rebalancing that just breaks everything that works. So now you have to find the next thing that works that you can break. And it's just like, you're not really learning the game and getting better at the game. You're learning the patch and getting better at the patch. That's also why I don't like modern MMOs in general, like even 14 to a lesser extent, but especially World of Warcraft. It's like, if I take a break from World of Warcraft for 3 months, I have to relearn the whole fucking game. I, like, literally anything I know about this patch, and sometimes not even 3 months. Sometimes I don't even have to wait the whole 3 months. Sometimes all it takes is a week or two until something gets patched or fixed, or a hotfix improves certain numbers because they were too low and whatnot. And I get that to an extent. That's fun, because like, oh, the spec that I wanted to play, right? Like we were talking about EO's talents. It's like, to an extent, I like it to an extent, because it's like, okay, now all of a sudden EO's finally viable. I can finally play concentration EO. But on the other hand, it's like, in 2 weeks, I might not be able to play concentration EO again, because somebody found a way to abuse concentration, and now it got nerfed again. So like, depending on the week when I played the game, I may or may not be able to play what I want, because the numbers may or may not align with what I'm trying to do. You know, like, it's just, I don't like that. I like to be able to learn the game, master the systems and mechanics to a degree, and then be able to actually help people and teach people, rather than having to every week or every 2 weeks or every month start reading patch notes. I like reading patch notes once every expansion, you know, like once every time some major changes are being done. I don't want to have constantly Wowhead or whatever open on my tabs, or like going to a content creator like Mr. Happy or something just to read about the patch notes or whatever, because they changed something with the latest patch. Like, that stuff is just, I don't like it. I don't care for it. Constantly having stuff break from month to month because somebody decided to min-max a little bit too close to the sun, as it were. And that's the other thing, the single-player games in particular, and even to a lesser extent, game like this, they'll still allow you to a degree to just do whatever you want, as long as it's like not super abusive. They'll just let it be. So like, to a degree, I'm okay with, like, it's one of those compromise things. You take the good with the bad. And for me personally, I'm willing to take, you know, some characters, even like EO, having some scuff talents and stuff like that, if it means I know what I'm in for and I can just try something else. Okay, EO doesn't work for me, I'll try something else. I'll try Frau. I'll try Galanza. I'll find something that does play the way I like it. You know? But again, that only works if so far the game isn't too difficult. Like, I'm willing to tolerate the fact that Defy Infinity exists and the fact that you have to beat all of them to finish your Terminus weapons. I actually think that's one good change to the game. If I'm being perfectly honest, out of all the things that I like in the expansion is the fact that you cannot finish your Terminus weapon until after you defeat all of Infinity. I think this is a good change. Design-wise, like philosophically. Because so many people will want to go to the Terminus weapon over the Ascension weapon, and this happened in the base game as well. And part of that reason was also because the Terminus weapon was accessible a lot earlier. And if you have a maxed out Terminus weapon, it blows Ascension out of the water in terms of damage. But if we're just comparing, Invincible 6, so like Terminus 6 to Ascension 7, the difference is very small in the grand scheme of things. Like, for some characters, Terminus 6 might be better because it has the damage cap increase. But, like, you're comparing, what is it? On the Catastrophe, we're looking at Catastrophe Nova, right? I remember doing the math at one point. It's 32. It's 450 damage cap with some pretty useless skills for the most part. Versus... what was it? It's 350, so that's 100 damage, 100 damage cap difference, but you still have 30 here. So you're replacing 70 damage cap from one to the other, which is not that big of a difference. And also Invincible has less attack, so depending on the character, you might even need to invest into attack. Maybe, depends. Usually not, but maybe, right? And this one also has Supplementary, which is broadly speaking a better sigil overall than Regen or stuff like that. So I think the fact that they did lock Terminus behind Infinity is a good thing for the game overall. Yeah, Terminus I don't like. Like, even like every single one of my characters, even though they are, all of them are almost, aside from like Frau, I think, yeah, Frau, because I did put a little bit of HP, but like Io, Eugen, Rackham, Lancelot, every single one of my characters more or less is below 100k, 200k health. Every single one of them is using the Ascension weapon. One, because Supplementary is better as a skill, and it's easier to, well, not necessarily cap out, but like get good mileage out of it. You get 25, you can just slot one Supplementary and gets you to 40, which it makes it pretty consistent. If you use a Sigil instead of a Right Stone, it gets you to 42 on Supplementary, which is almost guaranteed anyway, so it's a much better skill. At max level, again, the difference is only 70% damage cap, which is really not that big of a deal. You get more attack. You can, if you want to, which is what I do, because I like, optimizing around certain breakpoints. You get one attack sigil, which also synergizes pretty well with your like 5 basic attack stuff. You also get more attack from this because you get it all the way to the high levels, because it's not linear, unfortunately. So attack boost becomes better as you get closer to the cap. So you just put an attack, you get 50 attack, you get 21.7 attack out of this weapon with just one attack sigil, which also contributes to your damage cap. And you're sacrificing 70% damage cap, which already is just like 1 or 2% at this point in the game in terms of damage. Okay, maybe closer to 3% because you have things like Sup and War Elemental. But you're losing like 3% damage in your typical build, and you get so much more. And you can benefit from things like Uplift, where you can get those extra 2 levels. So you get a little bit of that, you get a little bit of quick cooldown. So many sigils that can benefit from that little bit of extra stuff. I love Ascension so much more than I like Terminus. Like, it's so much better as a weapon, as like for all intents and purposes. And the sacrifice, especially right now in the expansion, is so much smaller. In the base game, because numbers were a lot lower, the difference between Terminus and Ascension was quite significant overall. Also Terminus also had the more attack compared to Ascension, but now that's not the case. Yeah, I love Uplift. I always run Uplift. I think every single one of my character has Uplift. I don't think there's any character that doesn't have Uplift. Oh, I guess Galanza, but Galanza's different. But like pretty much every character has Uplift. But I mean, you saw even without SBA, Galanza was right there with everybody else in terms of SBA gain because of his combo stuff. But like pretty much every other character has Uplift. Like I don't think there's any characters that don't have Uplift. I always run at least one level. Some of them might have two for one reason or another, like, you know, Ray Stones, but yeah, Uplift is awesome. Yeah, but that's the thing. In the base game, yeah, that's the thing. Even in the base game, if you looked at like the weapons, right? Like the Ascension weapon would cap at 4k attack, and the Terminus weapon would cap at 6k attack. So not only did it have higher damage cap, but any of the other benefits that you might have gotten from an Ascension weapon were lost because the Terminus also had it. The Terminus had more attack, it had more damage, and it's also had the Sigil booster the same way Ascension was. So like once you got a Terminus, realistically there was only one reason why you wouldn't run it, and that's because you couldn't play well enough to survive enough to make use of it. But again, then we got things like Guts and Auto Revive to help with that a little bit, and as long as you were moderately competent, you would almost always outperform any other setup with the Terminus. And it wasn't just like a 2% increase or a 5% increase. It was closer to like what? 10%? Probably more than 10%. No, I'm not saying that there was no character that, or no scenario in which you could run a non-Terminus weapon. I'm saying in terms of like damage, Terminus out DPS any other option by a large margin. It wasn't a small thing. It's not like it is right now where Terminus is ahead by, like Terminus 6 is like ahead by a little bit. It was ahead by a lot. But now because they locked Terminus weapons behind Infinity, so you literally have to do the hardest fights in the game. It's basically like trying to do Lucilius back in OG without, or I don't know if Zero compares. I can't speak with 100% certainty if Defy Infinity overall is more comparable to like, let's say, Zero and stuff, or if it's closer to like Final Vision. But even Final Vision, it feels like you would be doing Final Vision without a maxed out Terminus. Comparatively, I mean. So because of that, it makes the Ascension a lot more viable and preferable now than Terminus. If you just want damage, you go Terminus. But like in the base game, even if you didn't just want damage, most of the time Terminus was the correct answer because the difference was just so much bigger. You would only run non-Terminus if you wanted to make like a tank build, like you said, right? Because obviously Terminus limits you to 40k HP. But for DPS, like there's no real reason to run non-Terminus for any DPS in base game. Because the difference in damage is so much bigger. Like 100% damage cap increase when we're talking about going from 600 damage cap to 700 damage cap is significant. Going from 2000 damage cap to 2100 is nothing percentage-wise increase. So that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Like right now, Terminus is still better in terms of damage, but it falls short compared to base game. Like, there's actually good reasons to not run Terminus, whereas in the base game, you kind of felt forced into Terminus a lot of the times. Like, most DPS characters, you felt bad not using Terminus when you had it, because you knew you would perform better. Yeah, but that's my point. Like, the difference, that difference is what I'm referring to. I'm okay with Terminus being the best weapon for damage. I'm not as okay with it being 20% better or 25% better. Right? That was more my issue. Like, Terminus already had the advantage of having the higher attack and the higher damage cap. It didn't need to have Sigil Booster on top of it, like Ascension weapon, for example. It didn't have to also have the higher attack base, right? It had everything in its favor, which made it so much better than any other option in terms of damage. But like 5%, that's more reasonable. That gives you a choice, you know. It makes you choose. And because we get so much mass damage cap from every other source, you know, like, even you can technically even run like non-ascension weapons, like you said, in tank weapons and stuff. And even some of the other weapons, like, you're gonna lose damage, don't get me wrong. Like, definitely your 2x4 does not compare to your Ascension or Defender. And, you know, like, Ascension in general, I mean. Like, but you could run Defender and Stinger, and your damage wouldn't be in the gutter, because we have so much more damage cap from so many other sources. So, like, I feel like Terminus would be 20% better than Stinger now at max level, but it's not 20% better than the Ascension weapon. Whereas in the base game, it was 20% better than the Ascension weapon, and everything else was basically not worth even considering in terms of damage. Like, I'm trying to find, like, what's the character that I don't have? 2000, 1200 attack, 3.3, 2.2, 2.6. 2.2, and this one ends at 6k, this one ends at 4k, and these ones are 2k each, with terrible skills as well. And I like that a lot. The fact that all the weapons are somewhat viable in some capacity, one way or another. Like, everything is viable. There's clear options. Like, if you want damage, obviously, these two weapons aren't as good as some of the other ones, right? Especially if we're talking, like, base characters that also have, like, the... what was it? Stunner weapons? Stunner weapons are kind of ass, to be honest, though. Because your damage fluctuates throughout the fight. Up and down, and that's kind of dumb. But, like, for the most part, right? Broadly speaking, broad strokes. Same with this one. Broadly speaking, broad strokes. Every weapon is viable at endgame at this point. You can take any weapon realistically into infinity, as long as you're properly sigiled. You'll be fine. I would definitely not use anything other than Ascension personally, because it's clearly the better option just because of the sigil boost alone, not even accounting for anything else, but you could make it work. I still don't like them. Single weapons force you to stack a dead stat for the same damage as the defender, pretty much. Yeah, no, like, I'm not saying they're great. They're definitely not. And they're definitely worse than... Actually, probably... I probably would lean more towards your position. Those ones are probably worse, not necessarily because of the damage cap itself, but because you'd have to use sigils that don't actually increase your damage, and it's just budget bloat. So I probably would skip your, like you said, Stinger and Stunner are kind of bad because the crit one consumes your skill budget, the other one just has variable damage throughout the fight, which both are kind of dumb. So those two I probably wouldn't use. Defender, yes. Defender, though, yes. Defender, I agree. Like, the Defender, Ascension, and Terminus, all three work a little bit more consistently. But even in that case, like, the crit weapon at least is consistent. It's not good in terms of like the highest damage potential, but at least it's consistent and reliable. Like you can make a build. And it's not like you need to stack a lot of crit, technically speaking, because you got a fuckload of mastery traits. Like you got 25%, and then it's like usually it's like 65% in every single tree, at least. Like usually there's 225s. Yeah, 225s and like a 15. So it's like you get what, 65 just from here. Like it's doable. You put a crit right stone, makes those useful in an extent. You go get an overmastery. Like you can at the very least like make it work. It's not good, but it's like you can make it work. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, that would be nice. Definitely better than the Unbound Exertion. Oh, is it Unbound Technique? Skill damage cap 30%. Yeah. But yeah, even then, like, it's 300% damage increase between the two if you're doing a skill build. If you're on a character that uses skills, you can still kind of make this work. But the skills are the problem. More than anything else, it's the skills that are bad on this weapon. Like, there's nothing here. Dodge payback is it's attack. You're capped. Damage dealt in overdrive. I'm pretty sure this is like the old damage dealt, which means it's before damage cap. I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's still accurate. Life on the line is also wasted. Critical damage is also wasted. All of these are pre-cap, so that's really what holds it back more than anything. You do have guts as a secondary, and I guess you could put one of these to make your utility, but I'm pretty sure overdrive is still pre. Dodge payback tech? You sure it's about dodge payback and not the other one? The perfect block thingy? I know about the perfect block thingy, where you increases your stun and stuff, but dodge payback just increases raw attack. I don't think dodge payback does anything. Oh, it's a buff. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought it was just attack like pre-cap, like everything else. Yeah, okay, so that makes it slightly less useless as a weapon. Okay. Boost your base. Yeah, no. Well, I'm not arguing with you. Like, I'm not contesting what you said. I just didn't know about that being a thing. I thought it was attack boost like everything else in base game, which is before damage cap. But I didn't test it. I just thought it was like every other attack skill in the game. Because it doesn't mention anything. It doesn't mention anything about damage cap increase. So I didn't know that was actually a thing. And it's attack, so it's like, I thought it functions like any other. Actually, wait, is this because of... no, it's good now, right? Because they changed it in the expansion. It didn't work like this back in base game, because in base game, even buffs were pre-cap. So this is an ER thing, right? What you're referring to. This is an ER specific thing with the changes to buffs. This wasn't a thing back in base game. Right? Yeah, okay. So it is an ER thing, yeah. But yeah, that gives it one good skill. That makes it a good skill. Agreed. Yeah, okay. So it does have a good skill here. So it does. That would also mean it increases its damage overall. So technically Stinger could be viable. It could be viable. Not good, but viable. Like, you could actually play Stinger. Like, the damage cap on it is 270, right? So it's not the worst. With the trait, you also get 30% on skills. So on skill builds, it can be good. To an extent. Right? It's viable. It's not good, but it's viable. Dodge payback, 25 points. You could genuinely play Stinger. The only one that I would say is kind of was it Stunner? Yeah, Stunner. I think this one's like not usable for the most part. Like, actually no, this one also has guard payback, so like I guess you could make a similar argument for guard payback here, but I really don't like this weapon, mainly because it has stun as a base base skill, which means in order to cap it, you have to over cap it. You can do it with a right stone, I guess, with a 10 stun power right stone, but But I think the biggest thing that makes this unusable is the fact that the skill changes throughout the fight. Like, it starts slow, it increases your damage, and then it goes back down. This weapon would, in order for this to work, this would have to have had damage cap similar to like Terminus weapon or something like that, like way higher. Like, instead of 280% damage cap at Sage 5, this one would have to have like 600 or 500 at least to be viable. The fact that it starts low and the cap is also low overall, and it resets whenever your link level resets, this one's just dumb. And the other one was what? The Executioner, the weak points. This one's also garbage. Weak point damage, this is, I'm pretty sure all of it is before damage cap. So this increases your base damage. This one, I'm not 100% sure how Break Assassin works now. This used to be before damage cap, but I haven't tested it in the new setting. But this one also used to be pre-damage cap. So your skills are useless. At the very least, you can get quick cooldown and cascade. Uplift, Nimble Onslaught. At least you have one useful skill. But this one's also, yeah. And it has Auto Revive and Unbound Technique as well. But yeah, I really don't like the Executioner, and the Executioner in particular. Stinger, now that you also mentioned the fact that, you know, guard payback works differently. Yeah, okay. This one I can at least see being viable. But, like, Executioner needs a rework. Or at least better sub-skills or something. Like, yeah. I really don't like the Executioner. Defender I like. Ascension I like. And to an extent Stinger I like. But Stunner, I mean, it has Link Together. Link Together is decent skill as well. It's not great, but it's decent. I mean, it's link level gain, so it can be helpful in certain situations. It's not a dead skill, let's put it that way. And it does have guard payback, but even then, the variable damage is just nope, no thank you. I do like the fact that the Ascension now gives +2 to sigils. It's not like immense, but with the right setups, you can get like a good 5 skill bonus points. Yeah, because I mean, the way I look at skills on weapons is not in a vacuum. It's like, do they actually come together in a typical build? And many of these skills are not skills you would actually include in your build. Like, on some specific builds, you could put Link Together in, but especially nowadays, you don't really put stamina in almost any build. Like, maybe there's one weird build that still needs the attack, but almost every character reasonably caps out attack without this. So you have skills that you wouldn't realistically use. Aegis, sure, but like, why use Aegis when you can use this one instead? And that's my bigger problem. It's not that, you know, it doesn't have skills. It doesn't have skills that you would actually want to pick up. And even then, like you said, you know, some of these aren't even great because some skills have bad breakpoints. Like for instance, HP on the defender is great because it caps at 50, so it still runs up. Garrison's not great at 25, for instance, but it doesn't matter because at 40 you're still getting a good chunk of it. And if you have sigil, you know, boost, well, actually you don't have sigil booster on this one, but like you get to 40, right? It's okay not to cap a skill like this. Greater Aegis, you probably wouldn't run in the 25 slot because that sucks. And in the 10 slot, you usually want to use a skill that goes up to 15, not higher, for the more linear increase without wasting points. But like, these weapons just have bad skills that don't fit in the 25 slot or the 10 slot too reliably. Like, quick cooldown, you put in the 25 slot, you can get to 40, okay. Cascade can only go in the 10 slot because otherwise you're wasting it. I don't think you can even put it in the 25 slot. Uplift, sure, you can go to 25. I can definitely see that one. But like, you still have weak point as a fixed skill, which is useless. Yeah, 40 Garrison is functional. Like, that's what I mean. Like, this weapon is... Defender actually has decent skills for a build that you would actually put together. Stronghold is viable at 25 points. It's not something you necessarily want to cap out. It's also not something you would feel bad having fewer points than max. Greater Aegis is not ideal. That's why I usually don't run here. But Garrison is something that you would put in your tank build. So you can have this in your second slot. And get it to 40%. It's enough. Stronghold is the same. 25 points in this is perfect. You're only missing out on 5 points. Nothing bad here. Both of these can go in the 25 slot. And then in the 10 slot, again, you have the regen, which is nice. Like, none of these skills, especially for the type of weapon it is, which is geared towards tankiness and sustain, none of these are wasted. Whereas this one, unfortunately, because of the way like you would want to play an executioner, right? This is wasted. This is wasted. Okay, you replace this skill with one of these. Sure, you got one skill useful. Maybe two with the auto revive, right? This is something. Like, you have 35 skill points that are dead stats. 35 skill points is more than 2 sigils. That's a lot of stats to be wasted outright. Right? Like, we were talking about stamina as a skill, right? You get the same effect from this. Right? It's not a lot. At level 35, it's only 600 attack. But you put one sigil in, it puts you at 50. It gives you 2000 attack. On top of everything, this also has higher attack overall. So, like, you don't need any more, you know, attack damage percent, because you just have 2000 raw attack, which is not a lot. It's closer to like what, a 10 to 15% type sigil slot, I think. I think it's closer to 10%. But again, for most characters, it's enough. And you're still activating the master traits. You're still activating your master traits, including the damage cap one, by just putting that attack. So, like, you can reliably put an attack sigil in your build and not feel bad about it. You get raw attack, you get multipliers on attack, and you get the damage cap for having the basic sigil in your build. 40% damage cap increase. So that 15% attack, that level 15 attack is actually 40% damage cap increase. That's like, is this some weapons you can clearly see that, like, how they kind of thought about it, like, or at the very least accidentally landed on a gold mine. Like, Defender, Ascension, both make perfect sense. Executioner, question mark, what were you thinking? I have no idea. Stinger, I can still see it. Like, I can still see this one making sense, right? To an extent. especially now with the dodge payback change, right, with the attack buff. Whether intentional or accidental, I can still see this working. But then I look at Executioner and Stunner and I just scratch my head. Like, and none of this makes sense for how you've designed your endgame. These two weapons just don't make sense. And you can kind of tell that they didn't think about these weapons as being part of the meta, because you just have to look at the new characters. None of them have those two weapons. You can tell that even they realize, yeah, these are not good. It's too late to change these. So let's just not give them the weapons. None of the new characters have those two weapons. They only have the good ones. So you can probably tell that somebody in the office kind of realized that we probably shouldn't do this. A relic from, you know, it's one of those mistakes were made in the past, but it's too late to change them now. Because too many systems are interlinked and intertwined, and trying to remove them or change them could just break too many things. So we kind of just accept that, yeah, we fumbled these. It is what it is. Oh yeah, true. I'm surprised that they just gave Greater Aegis at 30. No wasted stats. I didn't even realize. But then Eustace and Beatrix still follow the old model. I don't understand why they got this treatment. They should have gotten the 4-weapon treatment as well. I guess somebody started doing this and then they realized too late. They realized too late that they made a mistake. I still personally prefer the old defenders more with 35 HP over the newer versions. Just because of like stat budgets and stuff like that. Because with the newer weapons, you technically can't break point properly. Right? Because Greater Aegis ends at level 30, but then your second skill, which one was I looking at? I think you were, right? HP is 25, so this one, if you put one sigil, it gets you to 42. 42. Actually, no, 40, because it's Defender, right? So, you're missing out on 2.4k HP from this. So, like, I kind of personally prefer the old school ones. Because if you're trying to maximize your HP, the new characters actually miss out on it a little bit. Because it's a 50-point skill, so you can't cap it out. But on the old sigils, it's just one slot. Like, you only need one HP slot, you max out HP, and you get the damage cap increase. So, like, the way I look at it is, you get 2,000 HP or whatever, you get the damage cap increase as well. So you're like, you're basically getting 40% damage cap on an HP sigil. That's kind of how I look at it. But yeah, I mean, obviously, it's not much in the grand scheme of things, but like if you're going for a tank build, it adds up. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, if you're not doing a tank build specifically, I agree. But like if you're trying to make a tank build and your goal is to kind of like maximize your HP, like with Magalanza and stuff like that for your regen stuff, you're probably gonna run greater Aegis, HP, and Aegis anyway, because they just synergize. The way I see it is just you get free damage cap on top by doing that you otherwise wouldn't.
シェロちゃん秘密のルートで武器の限界を超えた強化が可能です。
No, I know. Like, I know that it's more effective to just use Garrison or something like that for more damage reduction than actually maximize your HP. But I just think, like, in terms of like just number breakpoints and skill trait breakpoints, it makes sense. It's just that we kind of go back to like the numbers that make sense versus the numbers under the hood. Like, yes, you don't need to, but like in terms of breakpoints and stuff, it doesn't. There is a difference between it not making sense and the numbers not aligning. I don't know, it's kind of the same thing. Like, if we're talking just about value per sigil for HP, older ones are still better. Because you can still slot in greater Aegis here if you really wanted to. Obviously, it would be slightly less HP in the grand scheme of things, but you wouldn't cap it, and you wouldn't cap it out. But like with 35, you can do double Aegis sigils and 1 HP to cap it all out. But like on the newer ones, I guess you put 2 HP sigils, but then you waste. Or you can just run 1 and you get less. But even then, like, on the old ones, you usually don't run the same stats. Like, on this one, you'd have to drop HP entirely, because it doesn't align no matter what. But on the older ones, you can, and you can use this for Garrison or Stronghold instead. Because Stronghold at 25 is fine. Like, you're not overcapped. Like, you can get the same effect out of both the new one and the old one in terms of sigils. And with the old ones, you're not overcapping or wasting points on sigils if you're trying to get like the same like parity for skills, is kind of what I'm trying to get at. Sigils only used for forcing yourself when base HP is a main weapon compared to end of the sigil. Oh no, I agree. No, like in the grand scheme of things, I agree. Like I'm with you there, but that damage cap isn't as important. The way I look at it is more of a like, how can I get free stats out of something that I would already build for in a general sense? And like, if you think about, like, I'm already taking the 2 master traits, right? For the like general build for like damage cap increase, because I want to use the base stats because I need the stun anyway. I'm gonna have 3 slots for stun anyway, right? It makes sense design wise and like build wise to try and fit in 2 more to get the full benefit. Now, sure, depending on the character, depending on the stats, depending on what weapons you're running, it may or may not make sense to use those. But it still contributes towards a goal that is clearly like quote unquote free. And it's the same with supportive stats actually, because you can get the defensive stats. Because I see them as just free stats that you technically don't have to build for. Like, you can easily drop it. Like, on my Galanza, I don't have 05, because I'm using Mortal Shell, right? But, like, the idea is that you can make a build that's consistent with the traits and the breakpoints, and you're not wasting stats either in the process. And that's kind of like how I think about it. I'm not trying to min-max. I often say this. You probably want to hear when I say this, but I don't usually try to min-max or like maximize every single point to an extreme. I like to optimize things, and sometimes when I'm trying to optimize, I'm trying to optimize multiple things at once, including things like skill economy to an extent. You know, sometimes I'll intentionally try not to get, you know, certain skills maxed out just so that I don't waste skills. Sometimes, obviously, it's inevitable, but like when I can, I try not to waste skills. Like if I can get away with one skill less of a certain type in order to maximize another, or like get another non-full trait, I'll try and swap those around just to get more benefit out of them, you know, than on out of a singular trait. But yeah, like my philosophy is less around trying to go all in on damage or all in on health. Like I don't min-max. I try to balance things out as much as possible to get me as much mileage out of every single sigil that I put in. And I feel like in a holistic sense, like the old defenders better fit that philosophy of like not wasting skills compared to the new one. With the new one, you, no matter how you kind of build on that second skill, you're either wasting skills or you're intentionally not capping something because it cannot be capped, like with HP, which runs to 50. But that's also partly why I don't like skills like Cascade in a sense that go to level 20. Like, I think it was Cascade, right? I'm not misremembering. It was Cascade that goes to 20? Yeah, Cascade, right? Like, it kind of bugs me a little bit that it goes to 20. I kind of like it when I get to use it on an Ascension, because I get to level 17. But for every other weapon, it kind of annoys me, because it's like, there's no way to make this 20 look nice. Like, there's no conceivable way to get 20 out of Cascade. It kind of worked in base game, because you could get like 15 and then plus 5 on an imbue. So it wasn't as bad then, but now it's like, there's 20. There's literally no way for me to hit 20 on this skill. I can only get 15 or 10 or 17. There's no way to get 20. Yeah. So yeah, like, there's definitely some quirks there, and also mindset, like you said. And I like optimizing those sigil uses as well, in that sense. I obviously run 5 support ones. Technically, you don't need 5. You should only run 4 supports, because that's another pet peeve that I have to kind of say. Like, why is every one of these sigils damage cap 5 and 5, and then attack is 5 and 5, and then defense is 5 and HP is 4? Why? Please tell me why. Why is this trait the only one that has to cap at 4? Why can't it be nice and tidy and neat like everything else and be level 5? Please? Why? Why is this a thing? It bothers me so much. Every single other trait says max 5 sigil, only this one is capped at 4. Why? It's... At least cap this one at 4 as well, and just maybe give it a little bit higher bonus or something if you want to. But yeah, it probably would make sense then. But it's like... Yes, why? Why is one 4 and one 5? But more importantly, why is this 4 when every other sigil, including the attack and the damage cap ones, are 5? Why is this the only one? Like, is 10,000 HP that big of a deal when you can literally get 15,000 HP on every other HP node? Like, is that 10% really going to break the game? Sorry, 10%. 10,000 HP. Really gonna break the game? Like, every time I see this talent, I cry a little inside. It's so dumb. It's pet peeves. It's one of those things, you know. It's like, it's not a big deal, but it's because it's a big deal when you see it in the moment, and just kind of like, I wish this wasn't a thing. I really wish this wasn't a thing. Why is this a thing? It's unfortunate. Alright, mastery traits. Well, who do I pump stats into? Who would be my next character that I would want to build? Alright, Fediel was technically my next one, so she can get all the mastery so we don't overcap. But yeah, there's a lot of these small things that only become problem when you're too in the weeds, you know, like you and me and some of the other people. Like, we're definitely a little bit too in the weeds at times. We know a little bit too much, and we're kind of hurting ourselves, right? It's the whole, like, a combination of ignorance is bliss and optimizing the fun out of it. Like, that shouldn't be as big of a deal, but it is because I'm too in the weeds. I need to go touch grass. Because I spent way too much time looking and learning these things. It would be easier if I didn't know what I was doing. A lot of the frustration would just go away. Oh, attack master trait? That sounds good. Or I can see all of these dumbasses with their 500,000 attack, and I wouldn't know better. Like, I see this, and it just makes my blood boil. Like, you'd expect from somebody like this player, you know, who has the purple icon, which I'm pretty sure means he beat all of Infinity. You'd expect from somebody like this to know better. But here they are stacking attack like a dumbass, and it just bothers me. Like, you would expect better from somebody like this. But no, they're gonna put Glass Cannon and Tyranny and Berserker and other bullshit just to pad numbers. Literally just to pad numbers. Tyranny, he not even 2 skills, 3 skills somehow. Oh no, it's 226 from the weapon probably. Yeah, like Tyranny maxed out, right? Berserker maxed out. Glass Cannon maxed out. Doesn't do anything for your build, but it's there. Pad numbers. Aegis and Greater Aegis as well to pad the numbers. Because why not? Yeah, that's what bothers me as well, right? Because new players wouldn't know, and they would just select one of these characters, and as long as they're not like in Chaos Plus, these characters will perform well enough, because the game, especially in the early part of the game, isn't that bad, isn't that hard, isn't that difficult. So even with the adjusted stats, these characters are quote-unquote viable, because they can also dodge and everything. So people will just give these idiots free rewards. They're gonna benefit from making bad characters just because they're at top of the list. And you'd expect somebody like this one to know better, because they literally beat everything in the game. But it's like just grifter type behavior, like, you know, not grifter type, I don't know if grifter is the right word, but like snake oil peddler type behavior or something. Is just taking advantage of the unaware and the ignorant. Because you don't end up with a build like that out of ignorance, right? Like, generally speaking, I'm okay with somebody being wrong, and even being confidently wrong to an extent, not like, you know, but to an extent. I'm willing to accept being somebody being confidently wrong, and not because they don't know better, and you can correct them, than one of those people where you know they know what they're doing. Like, you don't accidentally make a build that has 800,000 attack. that doesn't happen by accident. Like, that's the type of build that you make because you know you're gonna get your character selected because at the top of the list, you know your character is gonna probably even mess somebody's playthrough up because of the dizzy and stuff like that. But you do it anyway. Like, that's not ignorance. Like, that's not confidently ignorant. I can excuse, I don't like it, but I can excuse, confidently ignorant. I cannot excuse abuse like that, right? Like, you know exactly what you're doing. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, that's being ignorant, right? That's being ignorant. A new player, they look for a character, they see high attack power, and like, logically speaking, if you think about most games, right? If you come to Relink from most other games, 800,000 attack is more than 68,000 attack. This one's power 40,000, this one's power 73. Logically speaking, it follows that this character is stronger with this than this character. But you only know that this isn't the case if you know the game well enough, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, somebody that builds this character knows exactly what they're doing. They know exactly that they're preying and taking advantage of people that don't know better, right? So, like, I can excuse somebody not knowing and picking this character and finding out the hard way that this character could actually potentially kill their runs because of, Glass Cannon and Berserker, and having their character die and exhausting their critical bar, right? Because I'm pretty sure these characters don't even have auto revive and shit. Oh, it has the guts. That's about it, right? So, like, they wouldn't know better. I can excuse that. People don't know what they don't know. And even an intelligent person, they wouldn't know what they don't know. They can only know more once they learn and once they figure it out, right? And that's why characters like this annoy me so much. Because this person and there are two people here in this list that don't know what they're doing, and they just followed somebody else because they saw everybody else doing it, so they didn't know better. But, like, most of these people are doing it intentionally, and they know they're taking advantage of others. That's the part that annoys me. Because if somebody doesn't know and they're bad at the game, okay, they don't know they're bad at the game. It takes time to learn, okay? I don't expect people that just started playing and maybe have 10 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours in the game to know what I know after 400, right? But those people, these are malicious. These are like sneaky fox-like behavior, And those are the kinds that really bother me. Oh, Fediel's at 30 already. I didn't realize we got it all the way to 30. Yeah, I have so many more characters to build, but I'll be honest, I'm kind of burned out after building 8 characters, all maxed out, all like pretty much infinity viable. Maybe not all of them as AI, to be fair. Some of these, and you still have mechanics for infinity, but basically all of the characters technically can be used in infinity in terms of stat builds and stuff. But, like, I need a break. I kind of want to do infinity, but I don't want to do it with randoms. I like playing different characters. That's the thing. I do like playing different characters, even if it's not constantly. Like, I do like switching over from Galanza, and swapping over to Lancelot for 1 or 2 fights, or going to Brow for 1 or 2 fights. Aren't you still at work, though? I thought you said you were at work. Like, I don't want to impose or, get in between. I was mainly talking about right now, like doing an infinity, but, in 2.5 hours, but I'm almost done with most of my tasks. Oh, I mean, again, if you're available and if you can, sure, we can do it, but my goal isn't to impose. Like, I just appreciate talking as well. Like it's fine. Um, I'm all good just chatting and away. But I am running out of topics a little bit in the sense of like I feel like I've gotten riled up a few too many times about a few too many topics, and now I'm trying to calm myself down, and by trying to calm myself down, I'm kind of drawing a blank of like what to think about next, because I've already riled myself up with some of these little, silly things. So like I'm trying to clear my mind so that I don't unnecessarily get angry, so to speak. Well, angry is a strong word, but yeah. It's up to you, man. Like, I mean that in a general sense, man. Sorry. Don't misunderstand. It wasn't intentional. But like, it's up to you, really. It's really just about, talking and stuff. Like, I can do stuff on my own. It's really up to you. It's fine either way. Like, I don't have to do Defy Infinity. I can do anything else. It's just, I've grinded everything. It's just I'm used to, like, based in, I actually don't speak English as a native language. I'm Romanian, actually. English is my third language, technically. I speak Romanian, German, English, and a little bit of Spanish. And I'm learning Japanese. So, like, sometimes I have habits that I either picked up from, like, TV and stuff like that, like dude and man and stuff like that. It's just reflex at this point, just from, like, watching a ton of TVs. I don't actually think in English. I think in Romanian most of the time. And then, like, I try to translate things over. Like, in Romanian, we often say brother, like frate, constantly. So, man, like, man, this. So, like, a lot of these habits for me are actually not English specific, because I'm not native. So, like, I just instinctively just say man and dude often, and bro, because it's almost like a tick at this point. It has nothing to do with, like, anything else. It's just ticks. Oh, German, nice. Yeah, honestly, like, even though I say I speak German, my main issue is that I haven't used German in a long time as, like, an active language. Because most of my work is done in English as well, or Romanian in most cases. So I'm a little bit rusty with my German. Like, I can read, I can speak, I can pronounce. Like, I can read pretty much all of Lancelot's and, like, Siegfried's skills. It's just fine, Like, I know German, but I'll be honest, I'm a little bit rusty. If I were to start speaking in German, I would struggle a little bit because I haven't used it. Like, I haven't spoken German actively, like, properly in, like, a good 12 years now, I think. Been a hot minute. But I can technically, like, if I were to change the game settings in German, I could play a game perfectly in German, no problem. But basically, I should do that at some point. I keep saying I will do it, but I've never really done. But I really should do that at some point, just to unrusty, as it were. Because my German at this point leaves a lot to be desired, especially when it comes to, like, conjugation, I think it is called, right? Or the pronouns, like der, die, das, die, all that stuff. I always get it wrong when we go to genitive, accusative, and stuff like that. It's like, I have no idea. I'm gonna try D here, probably works. I'm gonna try den here. Maybe it's right, maybe it's not. Maybe it was them. Maybe it was this. I don't know. One of them probably fits. I'm so bad at German at this point that I kind of don't want to use it because of that. Because I would be getting things wrong constantly. Also, doesn't help that, not every language follows the same kind of, like, rules. Like, things like gendered language and non-gender languages and languages where you switch the gender of, like German is a gender language, if I recall correctly, that each word has its own associated gender if it's a noun. But like for instance in Romanian, we don't have gendered words. We switch the gender of certain things. Like certain words may have a gender associated with them depending on like specific, very like unique things. But most of the time you can turn a word into a feminine by just adding an a at the end or something like that. So it's like you have all of these quirks for every single language that just is so different from each other, right? Or you have German. No, is it Japanese? Japanese doesn't even have a gender as a concept, I believe. Like I think actually like the words themselves represent gender, right? Like you have man and woman as words, I think, but you don't have. I actually no, it does have some kind of gender to it, I think, right? With things like who would use, like boku is usually a more masculine way of expressing, whereas watashi is more of a feminine. But like at the end of the day, they're both I. Is just more polite, less polite, more feminine, more masculine by choice. It's weird. Like every language has so many quirks on its own. I like learning languages in a general sense because it's like you see so many differences. You speak one language and then, or like the sentence structures, like in Japanese, where the verb goes at the end versus the start of the sentence in English and stuff like that. Well, start languages in that sense. It's just I don't have quite as much time to spend on learning, studying in depth as I used to. Different languages, different rules. And the other thing is when you speak too many languages, or like the more languages you speak, the more like of a mess things get in your head. Because you start thinking in one language, speaking in another, and it's all over the place. Like you keep getting things wrong because you're thinking about one thing, but then you're speaking in another language, and it just doesn't translate. I think I remember reading a tweet. I think it was a few days ago, like 2 or 3 days ago. I think from the like lead from like Tekken, who's now retired. I forgot the name. Who read at some point like a post or a tweet or something from one of his fans that invited him to a cookout, and he thought he was in danger because he thought cookout was related to like the slang of getting cooked, and he wasn't aware of things like cooking as like a positive kind of thing. So somebody invited him to a cookout and he thought they wanted to beat him up. It was funny. Mm-hmm. No new updates. I'm still counting down the days, hoping for some updates to happen for the game. I really want patch notes for once. I know I say I usually don't care about them and I don't want them, but I also kind of know that for this game it's gonna happen most likely. Like I would be surprised if they didn't know updates at all whatsoever. They already kind of said that they were hinting that they want to do some updates. They even include stuff like skins for characters. So I kind of expect some patch notes. And because of that, and because I know they're kind of coming, I'm kind of looking forward and waiting. I'm gonna be right back real quick, actually. While you get ready as well. I'm gonna be like take a like 2-minute break as well. Okay, I'm back. Heard Percy has a bug. Yeah, I saw that too. I think I saw it in a tweet where if you something, I think it had something to do with a link time trigger or something, and overlapping some skills, something like that. And when you use one skill after another or something, it just kind of gets stuck in place and does multiple loops or some crazy thing and does like hundreds of millions of damage. It was, I didn't like sit around to look into the video exactly to fully understand how the mechanics work, like how the interaction works, but that's kind of like the gist of what I understood. Alright, I should set up a room. On any... But yeah, it was kind of silly seeing the video do like 100 million damage in one skill or something like that. I mean, we could try either way. I don't care too much. It's fine either way. Pretty sure even as a party group, we can party together and then queue us up for online. Like in terms of just raw damage, my DPS is good enough. It's just that certain mechanics I need to, target, so it's probably easier with multiple people, realistically. I mean, obviously, when you run with randoms, it's hard, but either way is fine. I didn't give you the code. I mean, you can probably search for my lobby, but where was it? Co-op settings. No, it's not here. It's here on online. I always forget where to look for the code. Session settings. Ah, you found it, I think. Nice. You can play whatever you want, whichever character you want. I'm guessing you're probably gonna switch from Eustace, or you want to play Eustace? Any preference for Infinity? I haven't done any of them except for 1-minute stream. Because wait, you can actually hear me in game? I don't have anything in the game turned on, so I actually don't know what works and what doesn't. Oh, but it's probably just the audio from the game. I honestly don't know. If there's any like online option for audio. Okay, well, which one should we try? I guess we can try the world because I already practiced it a little bit. Matchmaking is open, so technically we can see if we can find some peeps. I managed to get some quick counters. I just need to get used to it because I played so much EO and every other characters that I'm not familiar with the block button most of the time. I usually just dodge because I also need, you know, you all do dodge tech for EO. For like DPSing and stuff sometimes. But I'm the only one that tried to do it. Okay, somebody got a quickening at least. Ah, the SBA gain of a Cagliostro. You'll love to see it. Okay. Yeah, with 4 people, it's a lot easier to get those. Okay, at least somebody got it. Definitely not me. Somebody got the quickening? Definitely not me. I got 1. Definitely not good enough at dodging those quickening yet. Okay, good, good, good. Okay. Bad deal, here you go. Okay, good. Nice damage. Okay. Was trying to get down. I actually shouldn't have done that, but okay. That was a mistake, actually, what I just did there. Right now, that was a mistake. Mm-hmm. Thankfully, somebody knows how to do those. I still don't have them reliably down. Oh, bro. I'm a big boy. I love tanking. I love tanking Alonza. Okay, Arcanum the World, nice. Yun. Mm-hmm. Yeah, got captured. Nice. Nice. Full burst. Let's go. Yo, somebody's really good at these parries. Definitely not me. GG. GG. I can't skip. I can't skip for some reason. Yay! GG, everybody! I'm surprised how well it went. Like, somebody in the group, or everybody else in the group except me, is very good at parrying. I only managed to parry twice the entire fight. I only parried 2 attacks. I mean, it's still technically very early for me. Like, I think this was my 3rd run. Yeah, because I did 2 attempts and failed. But it's still cool. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to some of the other ones, though. That was easy, in the grand scheme of things. Nice. I like this dumbass so much. I'm surprised I got S++ though on the first try. I mean, everybody else was good, so everybody contributed, so it is nice. I'm still surprised we only got 1. Okay, boobs. What did you have again? HP, stun. Let me see. I guess we're gonna go for boobs. Mostly blind. Like I know Bubs from doing it on the lower difficulty, on the Chaos Plus obviously, and I have a general idea of what to expect. But there's probably something that I don't know that's unique to Infinity. I know I'm not supposed to fall off the platform, which I probably will, because I have the stupid sigil that slows me down, I think. Actually, no, that shouldn't apply by default. I just need to run, I think. I think Galanz is just slow by nature. Okay, that's not good. My guy's not very good at what he does. I just need to tank those hits for everybody else. My job is to tank, I guess. Okay, just hit me. Hit me, it's fine. I'm the tank, I can take the hits. That's exactly why I built tank, so that I can take those hits. Oh boy. Second phase. I still have my guts. That's good. Ah, he tanked that at the end. I thought I pressed it in time, but I guess I was late. A second or something. Half a second. Okay, very good so far. Okay, I messed up Bond again. Ah, I always got it wrong. Keep forgetting the red is block. Keep dodging. I pressed both buttons. I definitely pressed both buttons. I like twice even in quick succession, just to make sure. No! I fucked up. I dodged that one somehow. I definitely dodged. I guess I didn't time it properly. Oh, come on, seriously? Off the arena? Screw you. I'm not messing it up a second time. Okay. We probably won't get this. I mean, we probably still can get a plus plus. Okay. Shirtless boy. Mr. Exhibitionist. Ooh. Nice. Nice.
これで終わるやつではないはずだろう。当面の間は動けんだろう。ともあれ、ゼーガにはびこる災いの一つは。
I need to get new emotes set up to the radial menu.
帰ろうか。いいね。悪くねえ。
We just barely didn't make the 8-minute cut. I mean, barely a minute, I guess. Yeah, you kind of have to get all three done, or S++. I mean, it's my first try, so it's only gonna get better as I get used to it. So that's not too bad. Ooh, stun power can go up to 20. Oh, that's nice. Didn't know that. I thought 15 was the max. Nice. That was sweet. Yeah, boy. So that just leaves us with this one. I mean, I could redo him, but I don't care about him right now. I just want to get all of them done. Progress through all of them. At least once. Can have more stats. Oh, right. Yeah. These ones can have more than the usual ones, so maybe that's why. I forgot about it. Yeah, I knew about the damage caps. I just forgot about it entirely for the moment. But yeah, that would make sense why the stun can also go higher than 15. That is indeed true. That makes perfect, like absolutely perfect sense. Pam pam pam. Yeah. Cagliostro is very small. But also, Galanza is very big. Two extremes. Tiny girl and huge draft. Tiny human. Oh boy, I need to lock in because this one we focus id if I'm not mistaken, right? Right? Alright, we're supposed to focus id, no? I guess not. I'm confused. Are we not targeting id? I guess not. Nice. Oh, wait. Okay, comparatively, this is pretty easy. Yeah, Lucilius is by far the most annoying one. It's funny how I don't even run uplift on this idiot, and I can keep up just fine. I love Goanza, he's so overtuned in a good way. Light of the Apocalypse, uh-oh. That can be good. What are we targeting, though? His heart, I'm guessing? Oh god, this was so easy comparatively. This was significantly easier than Bubs. I think this one's... I don't know if it's the easiest, but it definitely felt easy overall. Nice. Nice. Got my first Lilith. Ririsa. Nice stuff. Cool. Don't care about anything. Now, it's the final countdown. Do. Sigil booster would be great if we could overcap. I mean, yeah, it would be cool, but there's still reason to use Sigil booster, mainly for skills that, you know, you don't want to wear multiple sigils of, and you can still increase your benefit. Cascade's a pretty decent one for that, because you get 15 levels plus 2. Uplift is another one where you usually just want 1. Less critical gauge, speed is critical to survival. More unnecessary attacks are more devastating. Oh boy. This one's gonna be something, huh? This is gonna be interesting. Oh boy. Time for the final one. Presumably the hardest of them all. I don't actually know how this fares compared to the other ones, but I would wager it's probably the hardest one. It's okay, Edo. Just take your time. Enjoy the game. That's what it's all about. There's no rush. I'm playing so much because I'm having a good time, you know? Which one? Mm-hmm. It's so good to be Galanza. You ignore so many mechanics, you just face tank it, and you continue dealing damage. Dude. I mean, you can technically do this with other characters as well.
されたくなけりゃ踏ん張っとけよ。いけるか。これほどまでに権限たる力を引き出すとは。空の命、その進化の力、現時点においてはるかに想像を上回っておるぞ。どりゃそりゃ。おい、無事だろうな。助かるぜ。無節操。
Okay, that's my turn. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, we got hit by 21 elements. Cool. I'm not sure by what. It's probably me. Because I keep ignoring mechanics. It's probably my fault. I'll just assume it's my fault. Because there's probably not many people that make us who's at fault for that. Pain train. There goes the pain train. Okay. Funny how many mechanics I can ignore. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bonk. Reverting. I love playing Alonza just because of this. Nice. Ah, wasn't ready. Forget it. Okay, nice. We got 2 out of 3. I probably am the one that lost us the second requirement, second objective. It's probably me. I'm not even gonna assume it's anybody else. I'm just gonna assume it was me. Sitting in everything like a dumbass. It was probably my fault. My dumbass was just taking every hit. Because I can. I love Galanza. I love playing Galanza. It's like I'm playing on easy mode. It's fun. Only one for first clear? And where's the rest? Where's the rest? Okay, yeah, you do get one for killing it. At least I got 2. That's something. Damage cap with steel nerves. Alright, I turn this. What did I cap? Was it that I capped? Was it? I got something that I capped on, but I don't know what. Probably the large crystals, but I don't see them here. Okay, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it very much, actually. It's always more fun to play with others. Thank you. And good luck at work. I hope you finish your day soon and you can go relax as well. I do appreciate it, though. I really do. That was fun. I always enjoy playing with people more, like with, you know, people from the stream and stuff like that, over just going 100% randoms. I don't know why. It's something in my head or something. I don't know, that just kind of makes me now want to play with like 100% randoms. But it's more fun when there's somebody, you know, you're doing with and you're coordinating with and trying to, you know, work together like that. I always enjoy it more like that. But yeah, my first awakening should probably go to Io, because she is still my main. Even if I don't play her on these particular fights, she is still my main. So she's gonna be the first one to get it. And then Galanza is gonna be the second, because we're gonna use this dum-dum to actually do infinite stuff. And then I need 6 more. I need 6 more. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I need to find an archive, and I have no idea where that is. I need to find a note somewhere. And I feel like I looked everywhere, so I don't know where that last note would be. Doesn't matter too much, because it's just for, like, an achievement that doesn't matter, but still. That's how you are with Helldivers? Man, I have never played Helldivers. Like, I've seen the game, I've seen people play it, and I think it looks cool and all of that, but I don't know, it just didn't... It didn't tickle my fancy, as it were. It didn't tickle my funny bone, and I just never got into it. It did look cool though. Like in a general sense, I liked it. I mean, there's always some games that I think are cool, but I just don't get into for one reason or another. Not necessarily something wrong with the game, just that, you know, probably doesn't speak to me. But I did see a lot of people play Helldivers, and I watched some streamers here and there, and it looked cool. It's just I think the fantasy itself of the game like doesn't necessarily appeal to me. The whole idea of like dying over and over again, and like, you know, like having quote unquote different clones or whatever, or just different troopers, you know, all dying for the cause. Like it reminds me like of the, I mean, it reminds me, it's kind of the same concept as like, what is it, the Cadians, I think, in Warhammer 40k, where you have like the general always shooting people for mutiny and retreat and stuff like that. And it's just like, I don't know, for some reason that like that fantasy, that vision didn't click with me. Yeah, I would wager probably with friends and stuff and doing stupid shit together. And also like even doing dumb things like blowing one of your friends up with a grenade or like a rocket launcher or something. It's funny when a friend does it and it's like, dude, what the fuck? And then the other guy laughs in your face and you go like, you're such a dumbass, you know, and it's all in good fun. But if it's with randoms, it feels more like griefing at that point. You can't really have that if you're not, you know, with somebody in chat, and like one is intentionally haha dumbass and the other one is like, I'm gonna ruin your fun, like as an image in your head when that happens. Like one's trolling, one's just griefing. So like you always kind of tend to gravitate towards the more negative aspect when it's with randoms. But if you're playing with friends or just, you know, people on Discord or something like that, then you kind of know that if they blow you up with a rocket launcher, it was by accident or because they were intentionally trying to troll you and make fun of you and, like, you know, do something silly. But that's also kind of like the human condition to an extent, because it's like when you don't know, you just assume things naturally, and you tend to assume the worst of stranger. Like you think about like just what we were talking about earlier, you know, about stuff, right? Like mechanics and whatnot. And like I would say something dumb, and it's like, it doesn't do that. I was like, wait, what? No, it doesn't do that. It does this. Oh, you're right, right? It's like correction and blah blah blah, and then I move on, right? It's no big deal. But if I were to say the same thing in a comment on a YouTube video, now all of a sudden somebody just assumes I'm intentionally malicious or like I'm dumb or something. It doesn't necessarily assume that, oh, you maybe misread it, or like, oh, it's actually a different icon, you didn't pay attention, right? It's not really friendly kind of like awareness. It's more of almost kind of malicious awareness sometimes. I was like, oh, you're such an idiot, can't you read? You know, it kind of devolves into that, because there's nobody, like, you're not interacting with somebody, you're just reading a comment. And it's very easy to just assume, like, a more negative intent or reason for why something happened. Whereas if your friend blows you up and starts laughing, you know he's just a dumbass that's trying to get under your skin. You know? It's just, it's dynamics, human dynamics, I guess, social dynamics. It's kind of interesting to think about. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I have to redo him, and they have to redo these two to get S++ in them as well. Honestly, this one wasn't too bad in the grand scheme of things. It was pretty decent as a fight. Like, I liked it. It kind of bothers me that it doesn't say under drops this one as well. Because that makes me think like it's not guaranteed drop if it's not here in the list. I kind of wish it was displayed. If it's not, I'm just gonna kind of assume that it's not there. Right, because you see here, like, you see Lilith here and you see Lilith here. Like, I was hoping instead of, like, maybe this gold book, they actually display this one. It feels like a more core material for the stage, I feel like, than a gold spell book, which is very generic. Same here, you see the summons. Roland, Beelzebub, Basilius, Lilith. And then Hexachrome Quartz. But yeah, if you're struggling with the game at any given point, if you find Infinity overbearing, just play Galanza, honestly. Just play Galanza, build, make a tank build like what I have here. I put Immortal Shell. I was running health before with Lumen, but I figured I probably won't be at health cap most of the time. So I just went with Immortal Shell. It's a good use of Immortal Shell. Okay, now I have to do this like 6 more times for all the other characters. What do we have here? Roland with supplementary and normal attack damage cap of 45. I mean, that's kind of cute, but also I don't really care about supplementary. Auto revive. Definitely not. Drain with crit. And it's also supplementary 13. Stun power. Chain burst damage up with drain. Yeah. Scarmillion. That one definitely goes. Ooh, Stoutheart. Actually, no, it's... Yeah, Stoutheart with normal attack damage cap up. That's cool. Damage cap. Okay. Steel nerves. That's kind of cool, but also don't care. Drain. Head start. Improved healing. And the Onslaught will go. Damage cap. I mean, it's only 14, don't care, actually. Stoutheart, though, I think that one's better than what I had right now, right? Summon, Behemoth, healing cap up, yes. Nice. Yeah, that's a Fate Breaker, though. Nah, we're getting rid of those. Basilius, stun power, yes. Fate Breaker, normal attack damage capture, potent rings, yes. Divergence, yes. Neutral defense, yes. Aftermaster, let's see. Master traits. Video, right. Oh, it's not enough. Do I have many? I do have 2 Ambrosias, actually. Nice. There we go. She's 40. It's gonna be our next build. Fediel's damage skills gain damage cap. Whenever Fediel lands a combo finish, she gains skill damage. Swipe of Miasma Head, she gains a level of Malice. All effect for skill cooldown shortened. This is the one that everybody plays, right? Repeatedly pressing A after combo finisher. Cute. Probably Hands of Malice if I were to guess. I really think finishing touch is probably gonna get nerfed. Well, fixed. Because I think people are abusing a mechanic that's not intended, as I understand it. I could be wrong. What do we usually run as skills in here? I feel like Cursed Fanart was probably good on her. Probably Sphere of Reversal. I would wager Sphere of Reversal is a core skill and deals a ton of damage, and you kind of want that. Mm-hmm. Pump after 3 attacks. Oh, you have to press and hold that one. White after jumping and short hold white to warp to Zar spell, long hold to warp and launch follow-up attack. Interesting. Also, I don't even know any signs of calamity is a good part of their hit. I feel like this is probably the proper setup for her. I could be wrong. Like attack and defense up, buff immunity shield, giant ball of magic. Hmm. Yeah, and that also means I have to review all of my masteries one more time. Also again damage dealt, so wolf gauge thing. What else can we put? Dashing Lancer, no. Damage cap on Y attacks. I mean, sure, but I'm not sure if this applies to aerial. Actually, it says all Y attacks. It says Y attacks. It doesn't specify, so technically it should apply to all of them. I feel like this one's also not good because it just gives attack percent, but yeah. It's just attack, maybe not damage cap or anything. And it just lowers my attack by 5%, so I don't really see the trade-off there. Yeah, this one, debuff on self, damage taken, 50% duration, and no restriction. Okay, Eustace. I did take that one out, yeah. That's fine. Alright, Eustace needs his play with fire back, because we're not farming anymore. Still not sure about what build to go on Frau. I've been using Allure of Strength for now, but still deliberating if that's the right choice, though. Oh, I did take it out and put it into Blade Impulse. Yes, that's something. Yeah, Shredcast is a weird thing because I kind of want it, but the AI doesn't make good use of it, so I kind of don't want to use it on the AI. What skills did I put on him? Oh, that's what I put, yeah. Oh well, it's fine. It's good enough. Alright. Critical hit rate. I don't need this one though. I mean, I kinda do because she doesn't have any crit, but it's fine. For now. I think that's the correct play here. And then we should get crit chance from her mastery, I think. And we have to check the masteries again. Skill cooldown, skill damage. Skill damage cap, I guess, just to play it safe. I don't really have anything else to spend the points on. That's the main issue I have. I still want to play pure concentration, but I'm gonna have to make some adjustments for that. At some point. But yeah, we took the blight out at least. Blight from here to bullet, I guess. It's the only thing we can't put. I kind of don't want to get Sumrak. I don't want to lose Sumrak stuff, but at the same time, it's about the only thing. Could just give him skills to heal himself. And we're going all in on support. Sure, why not support Eugen? That's fun. Probably shouldn't, realistically. I probably should just run Sumrak. Because it deals a ton of damage. But at the same time, damage cap plus 45% is not gonna make a whole lot of difference in terms of like just damage. But I probably should still run it. Whatever. Eugen support. Eugen support it is. Let's leave it like that. And it just leaves Fedio. Honestly, I have no idea what to buffer. Oh. Hands of Malice gives her... Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I don't like what I'm seeing with Miasma hands, honestly. In terms of flexibility for movement and stuff. A skill attack, Miasma Stomp. Honestly, I don't even know which one would require more attack, but I'll just go with Miasma for now. Yeah, attack, I guess. Skill cooldown. Oh, Miasma Hands gains Brain, but Fediel suffers from attack. So that's how you can stay in and hit stuff. Interesting. What would we put here? I guess skill damage for now. Stomp attack? Yeah, that's about right. I think that's the way to go for that. I don't know. It looks right to me. No, you're supposed to run. Yeah, no. More stats, sure. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Soulbreaker with stomps, yeah, that also works, I guess. Yeah, I can kind of sort of see the vision there.
いらっしゃいませ。必要な品を集めていただければ、武器に秘められた力を解放できます。武器に秘められた力が解放され、これは類武器に秘められた力が解放され、これは類まれ。
I really hope that I don't have to do the annoying fight, whatever it was the name of, I forgot. The Excavalion.
類まれなる技物です。武器に秘められた力が解放されました。これは類まれなる技物ですね。おお、すごい力を感じます。武器に秘められた力が解放されました。
And we already can't do that anymore. You'll love it. You'll love to see it.
おお、すごい力を感じます。武器に秘められた力が解放されました。またごひ。
Mm-hmm. Party switch you to Edier.
力を示すがよいぞ。
Want to watch closer if I can to see. Okay, so this one has the flower, right? Gear. Zaga, this is the one that people often wear with the glasses.
ほれ。あれ。
She's so cute. She's so silly. I like her. And this is the one. Yeah, I'm actually not a fan of the Terminus in her case. It's a bit too crowded, I guess. It's a little bit too much for my taste. And this is the default with the skull.
気まずいよ。
I mean, I like the skull, to be honest. It's kind of cute. But I also like the flower. I think this is probably my favorite one overall. It's simple but effective. It's a little bit like it has some stuff there to add some flair, but it's not too much. It's not overstaying its welcome. And the glasses are cute too, to an extent. I like this. I mean, it's kind of the same thing as with the previous one, but it also has the glasses. Like, I definitely see why people like this one because of the glasses. It's kind of cute. But I personally like the flower more. I think it's cuter this way. Whee! Whee! So cute. Whee! She does the pirouettes as well. For a death dragon, you know, the aspect of death, she sure is cutesy and silly and carefree and stuff. I like it. Ditzy little girl. Woman, I guess. I don't think it's fair to call somebody that's like 5,000 years old a girl, but yeah. She's silly. She's innocent. She has a very innocent vibe to her, all things considered.
こなたの闇を望むか。
Oh yeah, I wanted to check the masteries on Terminus weapons, okay. Garanza. Masteries, I wanted to check. I mean, I kind of know what's gonna happen, but I wanted to see the buffs. There's still 10%? Yeah, 10%. But it's like 5%, 10%, 18% damage cap increases across the board, plus a little bit of attack. I would wager the attack increases enough to actually cap out again. I wager he's already capped. Yeah. Oh, it's not capped. Interesting. Actually need more attack. Interesting. Okay, master traits. Is there any attack that we can maybe pick up? I mean, we have attack there. Can give some attack to impale, sure. Because it is needed technically. Damage cap, critical damage. Not capped. HP, that's fine. Damage cap, that's fine. I mean, I could put pump some attack, but... more crit damage, I guess, could work, technically, towards that cap. Because I'm pretty sure I don't have any more attack sigils here yet. Is this enough now? No, it's still not enough in the attack. Interesting. So I need more attack in my gear somehow. I mean, I guess I could replace the HP out of sheer curiosity. How much would that drop my health? It's 30k, 13k. Damage cap? Do I have an attack damage cap? I do have one I could use. Let me just try against stuff. Seeing, does he have the HP one now? No, he doesn't. And he gets a little bit more HP in the process. Will this be enough? Because I kind of don't want to start switching up everything. Oops. No, it's still not enough. Actually, I do get attack from this thing, so I probably am during an actual fight. But I can't really test that because problem is the settings. No, it doesn't work here. It doesn't trigger. I mean, it's just some basic attacks. I mean, my damage should have gone up a little bit. That much is for sure. I mean, it's about the same. Obviously, it depends on, like, if I cancel certain animations or skills and time and stuff like that. But I have enough damage, so that's what's important. I mean, I know I have enough damage, I just beat every single one on Galanza, so Galanza's safe on everything. I wonder which other characters I could turn into a somewhat tank or a pseudo tank at the very least. I mean, it's in theory you could do this for every character, but in practice you probably cannot. Oh, I know why I lost, because I was running Celestial Lumen before, wasn't I? That's the reason why, because I was running this before, and this one gives attack as well. That's why. That's why I was below cap, because I was running Celestial Lumen before. That explains a lot. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think I'm still gonna do Terra loses me 200 HP, 200,000 HP because of the Terra as well, the minus. Yeah, I don't really want that, honestly. The attack's fine, the Immortal Shell's fine. Mm-hmm. I feel like that's fine. Where is... It's really just 2k. I mean, I can probably lose some more HP if I'm being perfectly honest, if I really wanted to. I can easily lose an Aegis or more damage if I wanted. And my HP regen would still be fine. Actually, I want to check something. I think regen is also capped, right? Pretty sure regen is also capped. Or like some number or whatever. Like the settings, Galanza's HP. Because if I'm at 67,000... Oh no, it's not. It does heal for... What is it, 5%-ish? Mm-hmm. Pretty sure some of the skills that trigger don't trigger because I don't see my buff. Okay, it doesn't matter. Oh well. That was fun and productive, but I think I'm gonna stop here for today. We can play some more tomorrow, and if anybody's in the mood, we can do some more Infinity or just regular Chaos. Like, again, don't be scared, don't be afraid. Feel free to let me know if you want to join up and you want to do something or you need help. We can do other stuff. It doesn't have to be Infinity. I kind of just I wanted to do them, so I have them done in essence. But like, I don't care if we're doing Infinity or not. We can do anything. So come back tomorrow or just join me in and we can do some stuff. Whatever it is you want. Like, again, as far as I'm concerned, everything is on farm for me. So like, I can farm anything and I'll be okay. I don't know why this character is listed with the orange and these ones aren't. Is it because the character has been used a lot? Maybe that's what it means. Maybe that's what that icon means. It means it has been used a lot. It has been selected by a lot of people. I don't know. But yeah, my boy Galanza's strong AF. I can go into Infinity, no problem. Guard payback is pretty good from what everything I've heard, so yeah, that I can definitely understand that one now. And see, even somebody like me that knows a lot about the games can still learn new things, you know? So it's like, you don't have to be intimidated. You don't have to feel intimidated. Oh well. I'm gonna call it at that for now, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it very much. We'll catch you all tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it is over at your place. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.